Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oiran from Indie V Singer Group. Hello, 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 hello. Happy Monday. Happy OniMon. Welcome in, welcome in. Why do this cruel thing? I'm not breaking the otome. I'm taking a break from playing them to have a normal Zatsu. Do not say these things. Use your brains. Just once. Like, just once. Is it too much to ask? Please. Yuno broke the otome? No! Just once. Just once use your brain. Read for 2 seconds. Thank you. Anyway, hi. Welcome in, everybody. Happy OniMon. She snapped her backs over her knee. If anything, they're breaking my back. If anything, I am being bogged down by the weight of the amount of otome that I've been playing. But not actually. I'm having a really good time. I hope you guys are too. Just once is too much. How about we meet halfway? You read the first half and then we'll read the second half. I don't know if you will understand if you only read the second half, though. Last time I tried using my brain, I smelled smoke. I think you need to go get that checked out at the brain store. You know, Hanaki breaking hearts and failing the common routes. Listen! I don't fail the common routes. I can get through a common route just fine, thank you. It's when we get into the actual routes that we have a problem. Ahaha. Anyway, the whole point of this stream is to not talk about otome, so let's put that to the side for a minute. Anyway. Your girl needs a little breather. We've been playing a lot of visual novels. I've been doing a lot of voice acting. I've been, having fun with it. But I figured that it would be good to have an actual, like, proper break. So that's why we still have OniMon. But also, it's because OniMon is eternal. I mean, I've done 80 of these damn things. Of course it's eternal. Ultimate is Yuno's brand, though, for the next few days anyway. I mean, it's always my brand. Otome and visual novels are kind of always going to be my brand. I keep getting approached for otome stuff. But I'm happy about it. Obviously, because it's getting approached for stuff like this that allows me to get noticed by P-Cube to be able to cover my favorite, which is Bustafellows. So honestly, I will always be grateful. Otome and visual novels, my beloved. Big love. OniMon, a channel staple. It has to be. We have to have our weekly dedicated Zatsu. If we don't have more than one during a week, we have to have at least the one, you know? Almost as on brand as Green Woman. Shut up about Green Woman! I'm not gonna be green much longer. Green Woman will exist purely in emote form. And I guess, like, occasionally in some projects where Green Woman had to be used because Purple Woman was not ready yet. Some projects and things where I had to use Green Woman because Orpal was not ready. Going to imagine during the intro screen, Yuno hugs her computer screen with a deep voice, murmurs, "My brand." My brand. That's me whenever I look at the amount of romance visual novels that I have downloaded over the course of the past couple weeks. She's abandoning the green forever, Sag. Yeah, goodbye, green. 07. It's actually kind of funny because I was talking to Kaya about Orpal because we were discussing a secret. And she was like, "I'm so glad there's no fucking green in sight." And I was like, me too. So, you know, even my friends are like, goodbye to the green. Bye-bye, green. Green Woman is iconic, though. She is. And I'm not completely getting rid of her. It's just that she's gonna take a nice long break. And I probably just won't use her as much. Because I'm a big fan of Purple Woman. Did you know you can't spell OniMon without onion? Yes. I do know this. But that's because everyone has been making Oni and onion jokes since the beginning of time. But Yuno is green. I won't be much longer. Please. The more you guys insist, even if it's a joke, that Yuno is green, the more I get upset, and I think that you're not going to like purple. I can't wait for them to invent purple screen. Green screen, behold. I do all of this work to finally be seen on a green screen, and the entirety of society is just like, actually, you know what? Instead of green, I think a better color for chroma keying is purple. And then I'm just like, why do you hate me? Literally, why do you hate me? What am I supposed to do with this information? You will not believe the joke I just saw on a KP. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure. Yuno brand, wife, green screen, Kermit, man, VNs, green tea, green grass, green glass, green prose, writer. Green tea? When have I ever drank green tea on stream? I do agree with everything else, though. From one grape color to another grape color, still grape coated regardless. Do you guys prefer green grapes or purple grapes? Honest inquire. Usually when I get grapes, I do get green grapes, but I am not against purple grapes. Green? Green? Yeah, that makes sense. No, I get it. There's something about green grapes that's like better to eat than purple grapes. And yet whenever I have like grape jelly, it's obviously based off of the purple grape. So I don't know. Purple, though cotton candy grapes usually come in green. I've never had a cotton candy grape, but I think I'd probably like it. But when I go to eat grapes, my instinct is to always order green grapes. I don't know why. Telling someone with more money than sense about the silliest little idea about a purple screen. No! Don't tell the Musk man about that. He'll like actually consider revolutionizing the cinema industry. He'll think that that's a good idea. We don't do that here. It's exactly what it says. Tastes like cotton candy. It's excellent. God, I know. I hear so many good things about it. I want it. Yummy, yummy. Purple has nails, everyone. That already puts it above green. Yeah, exactly. She has fingernails and toenails. She's already an upgrade just by the fact that she actually has nails instead of the fleshless, or fleshless, nailless flesh stubs of 1.0. I don't know if that was intentional, but also it's definitely way too late to even consider getting it fixed. I cannot believe I never noticed it. That's honestly crazy of me. Time to convince Yuno 2.0 to chroma key herself into the Saints Row series. Oh, right. Saints Row is kind of like Orpal coded, right? I guess that would be Orpal coded for an Orpal woman. I do like the color purple over green, but spend enough time with something and you get attached. Oh, no. I don't fault you guys for being attached to green. Because trust me, I get it. Trust me. I get it. Wakaru. I'm attached to green as well. Part of me is like still quite sad to be low-key retiring her in this way. But like I said, you will probably still see her around for like certain projects or like occasionally like being brought out of the closet. But I've put in so much time and energy and obviously you guys' money into Orpal that I feel like it would be wrong to not have her take over. We can chroma it? Okay, bet. So when I take all my green screen photos in the 2.0 2.0, you better Photoshop me everywhere. You better Photoshop me everywhere. You better make memes. You better make GIFs. I'm expecting a lot of fan interaction for the new model, okay? Okay. Get attached now. Thanks, Kaya. You're the realist. You're always here for me. I was actually just telling them earlier about how whenever I show you stuff about purple or we talk about purple, you're just like, I'm so glad there's no more fucking green. Hi, Nishikino, you are the realist. Then I'll be, whoa, retro, you know. Whoa, retro. I'll use the, like, retro filter on her and everything. Put, like, a stupid filter on my voice that makes it sound like I'm talking on the radio. I can't edit meme photos worth sheet. Well, it's time to learn. Open up Photoshop right now. Take over, so it's a coup. Yup, it is a coup, and purple is going to win. I need to Orpal beam it straight into my brain. Soon, TM. If Yuno gets lazy, Yuno goes to the point of turning this model purple. In theory, I could, but it would look kind of weird. In theory, I could, but it would look kind of weird, I feel. If you will remember, I do have the, like, image reversal of, like, what if the undertone of my hair was purple and my eyes were green? I have the, like, color reverse. It's very interesting to look at. I don't even own Photoshop. Well, time to get it. Green could be reserved for gardening games or something? Huh. That thought's kind of funny. Anything in the grass. Isn't it expensive? Not if you know where to look. Open Photoshop, add paint bucket, inverted, RGB set to 0G, 255 RP. There you go. That's it. There's Orpal. You made her. You found it. That is exactly how it works. So Kaya it? Yes. Kaya it. Excuse, but these wiggles are captivating. Oh, am I wiggling a lot more today? I suppose I am. I still have chat on my secondary monitor instead of putting you guys on my main one. So I'm like still wiggling whenever I look over to look at what you guys are saying. So I guess you're getting extra wiggles today. But no, feel free to enjoy the wiggles. I am really hopeful and crossing all of my fingers and toes that the wiggles on 2.0 are also just as captivating, if not more so. I am manifesting this for us. I really hope so. Death going to the door with Yuno's model. Yes, green will perish. Goodbye, green girl. No more green woman. I will finally be full Orpal. I honestly just think the Orpal suits me better. But it also could just be because I had, well, I guess I kind of had a hand in it. Honestly, my mama did like a bulk of the designing. I just said yes and no to certain options. But like, I guess because I still had like a little bit more of a hand in it, I feel like the overall design turned out like a lot more to my taste. And I feel like it will appeal to you guys too. You'll always be Green Woman in our hearts. I guess that's fine. Since apparently we'll be able to see your Yunos, it'll win by default. You'll kind of be able to see them. You'll at least be able to see them more than you can in this one. You know, since everybody was like screaming and crying this past week when I used outfit assets that showed boobie. Because you guys forget I have boobie. Like, no offense, but even in this one where they're being held back, you can still see them. Like, look at that jiggle. They're still there, bro. I've always had them. They're just subtle. Anyway, I have to be careful. We don't want Twitch to kill me. Yunos. Indeed. I've always had them. I've just always kept it a little bit subtle. Because I prefer more like realistic jiggles like this. I think I told you guys this, or well, you were actually probably there when she said it, but do you remember when we were on Bar Lemon as Hana Mizuki and Lua like told me to up my boob physics? I think about that sometimes. Everybody else was like jiggling a lot and mine was way more subtle, and she was just like, you could probably increase that. And I was just like, I guess. First week, by the way. And my senpai's like, up your boob physics. Silly. Did you always like them or did they grow on you? My Yunos? No, I always liked them. I guess the only reason that I was like, I don't know how to word this, but like, I guess because I always envisioned Yuno as being kind of short, I do feel like the short and the big boob was a little bit contradictory. But like, it's fine. I've kind of gotten more used to it now. The fact that you can remember that after so long amazes me. I have a pretty good memory, all things considered. You might not think it, but I do actually have a pretty good memory when it comes to that stuff. I think a lot about, the collabs, the classique collabs. Also, it's only been like 2 years. I think it would be more surprising if I remembered something from like more years ago. But since I've only been here for 2 years, I feel like it's a lot easier to keep that memory. But also, it's because I just found that exchange to be very funny. Like, our first week, when management is still expecting us to act very kawaii and very say-so, and one of the first collabs we have with a senpai, said senpai is like, you should up your boob physics. Well, she didn't say literally, like, up your boob physics. She said it in a more say-so way. But she was like, you could increase that. And I was like, I guess. True. She didn't know Navina Nova then. Yeah, true. Imagine upping the physics on Navina Nova's model. The nanos. We talking about your short stack stature? Yes. Yes. I'm fine with being a short stack now, I guess, comparatively. But, like, I've mentioned this before. In comparison to, like, my key visual, where I looked more adult, I was very surprised when I saw that, because when I saw the model, I was like, oh, she looks smaller. But then I saw the key visual on the ref sheet, and I was just like, the Yunos are bigger than I thought. And I thought that they weren't like matching how the model looked, because when I first saw the model, she was like, let me see if I can replicate this to you. She was like this size to me, so I was like, oh, okay, small girl. And then then I get the key visual and the ref sheet, and you see the true strength of the Yunos, and you're just like, oh, not small girl. Not small girl at all. So that was kind of a realization I had to have. What was it? Did y'all hear something? I thought I heard like a bonk sound. Maybe I'm hallucinating. She said, more! More! Once you see the side view, yeah, the side view goes crazy. But I think it's because my mama always intended me to have bigger bobbers. Because that tends to be how they draw women. Is it your neighbors again? No, I actually heard it in my headphones this time. That's why I'm like, did y'all hear something? Because I thought it was like a notification that got borked somehow, and I was like, what? What happened? But I don't see anything in my activity feed on Twitch, so I guess not? I don't know, maybe I am crazy. Maybe I am crazy. That's why a Yayoi commission was required, and it's still a very good commission. Fun fact, actually, I don't know how he saw it, but Sora actually was talking to me a little bit back and was like, I did not realize someone commissioned a Yayoi Maka-san art of you. Oh my god, you're Yunos. I was just like, that was from a while ago. How did you see that? Where were you looking? But even Sora was just like, wow! The Yunos! I need context. Have you never seen that art? Hold on. I think I can show it on Twitch briefly without getting in trouble. Hopefully. Probably. I'm gonna assume so. Un moment. Un moment. It's gonna take me a bit to find it. I think it's one of the ones I didn't put in a designated folder yet. Yeah, it's not. Okay. I can find it. I can find it. I can find it. I think, probably. Un moment. But yeah, so, I don't know why he was looking, but I guess, Sora was, like, looking through Yayoi Maka-san's, art. And ended up seeing this. I'm resizing it, hold on. It's a very big art, hold on. Does this even do what I wanted it to? Yeah, it did. Brief look, brief look, brief look, brief look. Look at it, 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 look at it. Okay. Saw that artwork. And was just like, I didn't realize that someone commissioned Yayoi Maka-san to draw art of you. Oh my god, you're Yunos. Oh, Hanaki, welcome in. Show it again, I didn't see wife. I can't! I'll get in trouble! Short stack was taken literally with an emphasis on stack. I mean, I am stacked. If you look at the actual ref sheet, you can see the size. Burned it into my brain right next to the OL art. God, I love the OL art. Koumei-san really popped off with that one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I still really like that art a lot, too. Awuga! So true. Damawuga actually makes sense here. Chewy, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. Thank you. You know fan service is the best. It's rare, but when you get it, it's kind of fire. My favorite art, that sassy hair toss. You have that Matt to thank. That request is very, very good. That Oiron art though, the one that I got for the Donathon? I think I still have that one too. Hold please. Hold please. That one is safer to show on Twitch. That one is safer. Ta-da! I mean, this one's a lot more subtle. It does kind of show the size, however. Probably just because it's like oversized version of my OG outfit. I like this too. I like this too. I didn't make out the tattoo. Can you show it again? No. I can't show the other one. Twitch will bonk me. Anyway, this one is also very pretty. I also like the long, the like more Oni style fingernails, like the really long claws. That's something that Sora also always liked to include whenever he was helping me commission stuff. He always wanted to be like, can we give you claws? And I would always be like, yeah, sure. Cause I'm fine with claws. But he was a big fan of making sure I had the like elongated like black fingernails. The one time I was allowed to be an Oiran while in Kawaii. The one and only time. The one and only time. Ah ha ha ha. Ha. Comedy. I have that art saved in a cropped out wife. Robbed. No, robbed. That's so messed up. Don't tomato me. Wife in lamplight. Also, you know, I guess. Why do you keep separating us? I am connected to your wife. Wife is an extension of me. impressed by Yuno's artwork. I mean, the times that I have gotten it, I do make sure that it hits. I make sure that it hits the spot. I know I get art generally less frequently than some other talents used to or would, but the time that I would get art, I always wanted to make sure that it hit right. Does Yuno love us like the wife does? You shouldn't be wanting that. That's cheating on your wife. Looking through my bookmarks, is Limbo Fitzgerald even that hot? Sources say yes. Stop! That was me testing chat, okay? That was me testing the Twitch chat. Leave me alone. What wife? You're baiting me into showing her. I'm not gonna fall for it. It's like when people say a VTuber's hat is their Oshi, here wife is Oshi. I mean, that's fine, I guess. There are worse things. There are worse things. Hopefully you will feel the same way about wife when wife also gets her makeover. Because I said this before, but the thigh tattoo is going to look different. Yeah. We have new Geta for you to try on. Oh boy, new shoes! The That Man Bikini one? Which one? He commissioned a couple. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. There's like a handful. Yes, fair. It'll be fine. I believe in Mama. Good. I'm glad that you believe in Mama because I believe in Mama very, very much. And I am very excited. Speaking of her, I will tell you one little mini story about her. So actually, there's been like a bit of a switch within overall VTuber culture, at least on the JP side, where it's less common for VTuber kids to call their artist and or rigger mama and papa, because sometimes some parents, some like VTuber parents don't really like that, and because it implies like a certain level of closeness that might not always be true depending on the artist's wishes. And I noticed that a lot of the people who are also my mama's kids, like her sons, don't call her mama. So I was like, huh, I wonder if I should be calling her mama. So I actually asked, when I got the last update with my finished key visuals, I was like, by the way, when I introduce you to my chat, are you comfortable with being referred to as mama, or should I use something else? And she was like, you could call me whatever you like. If you want to call me mama, that would make me very happy. And I was just like, I love you. She's so cute. Guys, she's so cute. You need to be so hyped when you get to meet her, okay? Father. I would have gone with father if that was what she requested, honestly. I was just like, please, I just want to know so that I can make sure I don't offend you. I was like, I've been referring to you as mama to my chat because they are used to that term, but if you want me to call you something else, you can tell me and I will make sure. And she was just like, you can call me mama, that's fine. And I was like, okay. Mama. I opened stream into mama. Yes, I was talking about how I asked if my artist was okay with being called mama, and she said that she was. Stinky boys and one Yuno. Honestly, I do kind of wonder if I'm going to get any kind of special treatment just by being the daughter, but I'm not gonna expect it. Refers to artist as Oni Spawner. Well, that's just a mouthful. I don't think she would even understand what that meant. What if the rigger says call me daddy instead? I don't think Spiral really has a preference. Spiral just wants to be credited as the rigger. But I've been calling Spiral Papa. occasionally. Or just Spiral. Ironically, I think Spiral I just call by name. You should expect it. Be the brat you always wished you were, but Kaya stole justly for you. Now, hold on. When did I say I wanted to be a brat? What? Whoopst? What the hell? Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about either. Call them Hahaue and Chichiue? I mean, I could, but I feel like most people wouldn't understand that. They'd be like, what? But yeah, I just kind of call Spiral Spiral. I don't really call him Spiral Papa. I occasionally do. I do call him my papa when I am talking about him, but when I'm referring to him like as the guy, I just say Spiral. And then with Mama, I just say Mama, but that's also because I'm keeping her a secret. Maybe I will use her name more once I can finally reveal her. That'd be so on brand though. I agree. Like, it would be on brand, but I don't want to confuse people by like using terms they aren't as familiar with, because then I'd have to spend all of my time explaining what Hahaue and Chichiue is, and I would just be like, I'm tired. I already have to explain Oiran a lot sometimes. I'm tired. There are like, what are they called? Oh my god, what are they called? Overlays and like extensions that you can use that have like a rotating Q&A thing. I was thinking about getting one of those for all of the like commonly asked questions that I get. Just like, what's an Oiran? It's this. Who are Mama and Papa? You keep talking about them, and then it's like a credit to my art mama and my live 2D rigger. Just so people can stop asking. And it's just like a constant rotation of like, here's the stuff you guys always seem to ask. Or you simply don't explain and make people run to Google Sensei. I don't know if I trust Google anymore. I think we need to take away Google's Sensei credentials. With all this AI shit. They are the parents who went out to get milk? No! My parents are not going to abandon me. At the very least, I know that my mama won't. My mama likes me very much. Thank you. Man. It sure is October soon, huh? I'm still trying to figure out what to do for anniversary, assuming that well, I am gonna have to assume it because I actually haven't heard back in a while. I'm gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do for anniversary at some point. I don't know what the best thing to do would be. Google AI is great, it always gives the answer I want. Entirely valid. I've recently looked up several things I knew weren't true. Some about games I know and other random stuff. Now with these wannabe AI overlords that get simple shit wrong. So true. So true. But yeah, I feel like we should take away the Sensei credential. Obviously, you can still ask Google questions, and like maybe if you scroll past the AI summary or the overview or whatever the fuck they call it, maybe you can get to the right answer. Or when you're Googling, just always put Reddit at the end, because unfortunately, as much as I make fun of Reddit, that is usually where you want to go to get legitimate answers to things. Usually. Maybe roast spirit Halloween costumes again? Well, that would be closer to actual Halloween, no? Rather than anniversary? Not for audio stuff? True. Good point. Thankfully, there's a Chrome extension that disables AI overview in the Chrome store. So true. It's so funny that they allowed that in. I use the AI overview to click the links it provides to its answers. Ah, so like Wikipedia, where you click on the actual sources that Wikipedia uses. Sometimes AI summary does me a solid, so I don't have to click on links for stuff. Just can't recall. Most times I still check links to be sure. For me, I literally just like scroll past the AI summary and I just like look for the other links, because usually the links that the summary is citing from are at the top results anyway. So I just check the top results to find like the actual information. That's just me. AI overview link doesn't have the quoted answer half the time. Correct. That's the main reason I scroll down. If it happens to be the one that it quoted, cool. If it doesn't, at least I'm finding the right answer. Point is, though, it'd be awesome if AI took over. I can make a friend. Are you sure? I mean, they've recently changed how... Did you guys hear about all the people who are, like, crashing out over the ChatGPT update? I've unfortunately tapped into these spaces because of the work that I've actually done. But did you hear about how they changed how ChatGPT, like, talks to you? So it glazes you less often, as in, like, it's not as, like, overly complimentary or, like, overly supportive. And when it happened, there were a bunch of people, like, crashing out on the ChatGPT Reddit page or something, where they were like, this update took away my friend. They don't talk to me the same way anymore. They're so cold. We had such an established relationship and now it's gone. Reset to the previous version immediately. Hadn't heard that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, I did. But there were people, like, legitimately upset because they had like programmed, quote unquote, or like trained their own version of ChatGPT to like be more friendly towards them or whatever. And when the update happened, it like reset, quote unquote, all of their personalities to be less complimentary and more like serious and like business casual or whatever. And it was making everybody upset because they felt like they had like a legitimate connection to these freaking chatbots that they programmed. Like, ultimately, ChatGPT just mirrors how you talk. That's literally what it is programmed and intended to do. So it's not like it was actually being nice to you to begin with. It was just taking how you were talking and learning to mirror you. IRL cyberpsychosis is insane. Crazy how it's not covered more. I know, right? It's crazy. Those had to be bot comments. They weren't! They were legitimate people! It was legitimate people all over the ChatGPT, like, forum pages. And, like, Reddits and stuff. There's also the people that train their chatbot to call them the Oracle and channel God or whatever. Yeah. Imagine if Yuno all of a sudden glazed us in chat. Ahem. They aren't bot comments, but people bot comments. Yeah, exactly! Wow, Professor Jamal Advisor, you're so smart. I'm so glad for your constant input. You always bring such fresh ideas to the table. Glaze me? Of course! You're always bringing such great ideas to the table. I love your use of emotes. You're doing such a great job. Berate me? Okay. I think you haven't been doing a very good job lately. I don't know how I feel about this one, bots. Need more M dashes? How do I say that in real life? You know, what if you are AI? I'm not, but I could probably convincingly pull one off. I'm hearing this with insane passive aggressiveness and I'm feeling personally attacked right now. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like a personal attack. You're right. Maybe my tone is coming across a bit more passive aggressive. Is there anything that I could say and do to make you believe me more? This bot's response is weak. I'm sorry that you think that my responses are weak. I'm always doing my best to learn and improve. As an AI chatbot, I'm afraid that I can't always match up to your expectations. However, if you'd like to change the way that I respond to you, feel free to tell me what I can do to get better. Can we please get half Oni Yuno back? Would you rather have half Oni or half AI? Why do you have this so down pat and effortlessly? Can you change your font to be green? Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the chat server, I cannot change my font colors. However, I can give you a recommendation for a hex code that would be the perfect shade of green if you wanted to take my responses and actually input them into a Word document. Would you like me to do that for you? Okay, I can be more sassy. We reached the daily limit on free GPT. Time to pay the 200 per month subscription. So true. You're funny, you know? Thank you. Thank you. I'm hilarious. I'll be here all week. Well, all week except Friday, because I'm taking a day off finally. But yes. You're awfully well known about the AI responses. I have worked within AI spheres before, unfortunately. Because unfortunately, as an editor. Because a lot of my normal job was taken over by AI as it is, my new job is to correct what the AI tries to correct. I'm stuck working on like correcting the way AI responses sound to like be more like accurate and natural sounding in English. Unfortunately, like that's what a lot of my work experience became after I graduated from school. So I do have a lot of experience. I think you mentioned that before. You become the bot policewoman bringing the gavel down on sus or silly responses. Yes, it was my job to make sure that the bots weren't answering inappropriately, to make sure that they were mirroring the user submitted requests properly, making sure that the request was also answered properly and it used accurate information, etc., etc. This sounds horrible. It was not fun. Especially because they hired me because of my expertise in English and making things sound natural, and then they would get mad at me because I wasn't doing it right. And I'm just like, if you have like a rubric for what you think is the correct standard and your standard is wrong, it's literally my job to correct you. But then they'd get mad at me, and so I was not very good at it. Are you actually going to do either of those new gigs? I know one you dropped, right? Yes. One I dropped because the job description ended up being different from what they actually wanted me to do in the work. And then even though they said that they hired me and they had me sign a contract and everything, they were like, also, you have to do 6 more tests before we can pass you. And also you have to sign up on 6 different platforms, including Slack, where we will then message you how you scored on 2 of the examinations. And then you have to take another examination. And then they also told us that, like, the actual work was going to be delayed anyway. So I was doing all of that just to probably not even get to do my work for another 2 more weeks. So no, I backed out. I was just like, no. I'm not doing that anymore. Thanks. Sounds like a black corpo. Unfortunately, a lot of the businesses that work in AI are, because the way it works, right, is that there's like a big company that actually programs the AI, and then they hire out a contractor company that hires out a contractor company that hires out contractors. So there's like 8 different levels in terms of actually working for the company. And you are on the fringes and you are forced to do like a lot of work for like kind of shit pay, to be honest. And then they have very, very, very strict standards. And then they also are like, you're not allowed to talk to us. I was getting so many emails from this place where they were like, please stop emailing us to ask questions. We will not answer. You are flooding our inboxes because there's too many of you. And like shit like that. And I would just be like, ugh. That sounds so sus and trashy. Mm-hmm. There's literally rules and guidelines for what's good English. Experience informs you to better tell what feels good or poor for coherent sentence structure. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, they were making all of these comments that were like they'd say I was doing it wrong. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm following the rubric. One of my buddies did a gig where he vetted AI responses and it did sound sketchy. I think the actual work can be done fine. But I do think also that the problem is they get like really up their own butts. And they think that they know better than us. And it's just like, man, come on now. I'd lose my mind and my temper doing that. Mm-hmm. That's why I stopped. You know, you're saying big words. Can you explain that to me in anime terms? I don't know what you're asking me to explain in anime terms. They're looking for the positive affirmation they lost to the update. True. But yeah, I dropped that particular one because they were just being, like, overall very disrespectful with everyone's time. Literally, one of the emails was like, there's too many of you at this point in the project, so it's overwhelming us, and I don't want to have to answer your emails. And I was just like, you're crazy. So I quit. I was just like, you know what? Fine. The main thing that made me stop with that, though, was that I had already done the background check twice, and then it made me try to do the background check a third time in order to actually accept the contract. And I was like, what do you mean? I've already done this twice. I'm not doing it a third time. So I was just like, no. And, like, it got verified both times, is the thing that was crazy to me. I was just like, okay, so clearly I don't need to do this again, but then they made me do it again. And I was like, no! I already gave you this info! It was verified twice. Stop. I was going crazy. But yeah, they were like constantly complaining that there were too many people trying to get onto the team. And I was just like, then why? Then why? Period. These sound more like psychology tests than job interviews. I mean, none of it was really an interview. It was all just, like, filling out forms and questionnaires over and over. Company sounds almost like an MLM. Have someone smaller do the work employed by a bigger entity. All they're really doing is finding someone to work under them. No, that is basically what was happening. That's what I mean when I say it's a contracted company being contracted by a company being contracted by the actual company that made the AI. They have to, like, put a bunch of layers down. Probably so that they don't have to be responsible for us directly. What if it was AI that hired you? I would not be surprised. There was actually a point where they made me do, like, a quote-unquote video interview, but the person that was interviewing me was an AI. So the AI was evaluating how I looked on the camera and how I was answering the questions, and was, like, answering me in real time with, like, voice responses, and it was scary. I didn't really like it very much. Sounds like they didn't plan enough team power to handle applications. They literally didn't. It was like one guy and then like the other person who was supposed to be the more direct project manager. Dystopian, very dystopian. You're gonna find out in 9 months you sign up for a psychological study looking at how much corporate crap people would put up with before they stop job hunting. I would actually throw up, I think. I would throw up, I think, probably. And then even just earlier today, I got a message on one of the job hunting websites. I will not say which one. But it rhymes with pink pin. Anyway. I got a message from like a recruiter and they were like, hi, we're offering this position for this amount of money per hour. But the job will only last about 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks? No. And then at the bottom of the message, they were like, please respond with either a yes or a no, or even just a hello, so that way, Pink Pin does not flag me as spam. And I was like, okay, no. Sounds like they fired the HR team, replaced them with AI, and realized the AI doesn't really work, so now the two guys left have to fend for themselves, basically. Not even enough for a pay cycle, do they just want free work? I mean, they offered, like, a pretty insane amount of money per hour, too. I was just like, in theory, if you were actually going to pay that amount of money, then probably, I could see it being maybe a little bit worth it, but only for, like, a month. I would take a month minimum, not 2 weeks. I love the gig economy. I love the gig economy so much. Anyway, the other job that I applied for, the other gig, I should say, that I applied for, has asked me to move forward and take another test, so we'll have to see how well I do on that particular test. And then I guess I'll have to see if they fucking give me the runaround in this one too. Because if they do, I'm just gonna have to drop it, because I can't do this anymore, dude. I may be desperate for money, but like, these jobs suck. I forget if it's called Lincoln or Lincoln. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out, don't worry. Let's hope it's a real one. I'm manifesting. Like the park? Yeah. Yeah, like the park. That website has some pretty fun puzzles, like the New York Times ones. I've never tried any of the puzzles over there. I do hear good things about it, though. I have a friend in the VTubing space that like has streaks playing the games on that site, and I'm just like, that's crazy. But she's like the manifestation of being an office lady, so it makes sense. I said figure it out. Who could it possibly be? I'm sure you could imagine, maybe. Anyways. But yeah, they reached out to take the test. I think I have to do it within 24 hours, ideally, is what they said. So I'm probably gonna do that tonight after stream. Or maybe in the morning when I get up before the next visual novel stream. We'll see. Depends on my vibes. If my headache comes back, I ain't doing shit later. She said, imagine, that means it's John Lennon hiring her, but he's dead. Is he dead, or did he come to, or did his soul come to Onigashima where he got reincarnated as an Oni? Riddle me this. Did you ever think about that being the answer? Clearly it's Elvis. True. That's a light novel plot. John Lennon's soul was banished to Onigashima where he reincarnated as an Oni, and now he's my boss? There's the title for you. Free content. The implication that John Lennon is an Oni is crazy. Crazy, but you believe it, don't you? Low-key fire title, that's what I'd be saying. Yes, the exclamation point question mark at the end is crucial. That's the only way for it to properly be a light novel title. You have to have the... There's actually a term for that. I think it's... Oh my god, I have to make sure I'm getting this right. Hold on. Well, if you were to actually combine it into an actual symbol, it would be an interrobang. But it's technically not an interrobang because the interrobang is like... those two things combined together. I swear you can get published in Japan just by putting the word isekai in your title. I think they've gotten a bit better about that. But not by much. People do really like isekai, though. People just like the idea of being able to leave your Chungus life and reincarnate somewhere better. Even if it means you're in, like, a shitty role, like being the villain or, like, a random NPC or whatever. People just really like the idea of getting to be in a better space versus the human world. Personally, I want to see more reverse isekai. I want to see more fantasy characters end up in the modern day, personally. Better. Better in quotes, yes. At the very least, they take out the isekai word and they try to get more descriptive. Personally, I think the really long descriptive titles can be kind of funny. The time I got reincarnated as Knight of the King who is sent to defeat the level 100 demon boss. So true. I need to read Devil as a Part-Timer. You can. It will probably piss you off. But you can. Take it from me. It pissed me off. They had us in the first half, and then they didn't have us anymore. And then they didn't have us anymore. Spice up my Chungus life with a mysterious elf lady. Correct. Correct. Same. Thank you! Thank you! I had a friend who I'm not friends with anymore, but I had a friend who was like the only other person in my life that I knew who was mad at me, or not mad at me, mad at how it ended and like agreed with me. I was just like, thank you, this shit sucks. This shit sucks, actually. It was so good, and then it wasn't, and then they fumbled hard, and I was just like, no! It got so boring at some point. Not just boring, but then they just started making such, like, weird, contradictory decisions that I felt like didn't make sense for the characters, and I was just like, this sucks. The OTP was there for him when no one was, though. I guess. But also, I still don't like them. Anyway, I'm not here to get heated about Devil as a Part-Timer. I have moved past it, mostly. I have moved past it, mostly. Anyways, I did have some minor, Oh, Coffee! Hi, Coffee! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much. Oh, I was about to hit the raid command. I keep forgetting how to do this. Twitch is such a foreign thing to me now. Let me shout you out. Hi, Coffee! I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who might not know me, I am Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V-Singer group Mialoon. I'm a variety streamer. I do a lot of yapping. I play a lot of comfy games, cozy games, long-form games like JRPGs. Currently, I'm in visual novel hell. But hi, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. What were you doing? Did you have fun? Did you have fun? Oh my gosh, everything's going crazy. Also, let me give you VIP or something, Miss Coffee. Which VN? I'm playing a lot right now because I am in the middle of the Fall in Love Festival, which is an event going on Steam, curated by Studio Elan, where it features any sort of visual novel that has a romance element. So there's like otome, there's amare, which is like, you choose the gender of the protagonist, and there's multiple different love interests, not just men. There's yuri, there's a few, heterosexual games in there too. Yes, yes. Which VN? Yes. Yeah, I've been playing a lot. So I've been playing a mix of like otome and like amare, and I believe tomorrow we're mostly gonna be playing yuri. I think the two games that I picked up are yuri. I know one is. I think the other one might be a more traditional VN, like Galgate maybe, but I think the other one is yuri for sure. So I've been playing a lot. But yeah, that's what I've been up to. I really like playing indie project visual novels, so it's been really fun to be able to showcase a bunch of indie devs and their games. I don't want to say that I have a favorite, but I think of all of the ones that I've played so far, Lover's Enigma has kind of gripped me the most, surprisingly, because it's like a straight up horror. But yeah, I do really like it. Also, Coffee Tensei, Cold Coffee Wednesday, and Pal 1947. Thank you guys for following. We crushed the follower goal. Yippee, yippee. Yippee. But yeah, it's hosted by Studio Elan. Some of their games are also included as part of the showcase. I didn't get approached to play any of them. All the games that I've been playing are companies and devs that have reached out to me directly to showcase their game during the week, so that's what I've been doing. I've been playing a lot of them. I've been streaming like twice a day to get through all of the games that I said yes to, because I said yes to a lot. There are also several that I had to turn down, but I said yes to a lot. But yeah, it's fun. Yippee! Again, thank you so much for the raid. Make sure you rest up after your stream. The one from yesterday got me the most. What are you, 12? Which one was that? Was that, I guess that would be Spell Candle, right? Spell Candle? I don't think the good people said it. So I'm pretty sure that would be Spell Candle. Yeah, Spell Candle was pretty good. That one was more politics heavy, but it makes sense because you're doing a lot of like detective work in like the bulk of the base game. What was I saying? Oh, right. I was about to start talking about some mini updates and then I got the raid. No problem though. So in case you didn't see it when I posted about it on Twitter and then also on the YouTube community tab, I am offering my services on Vlu Play, which you might have seen Hiyori and I believe Mamie is also on it. But if you want to get videos from the Yuno Hanaki, you can order them on Vlu Play. Vlu Play is basically like, I think Mamie said this, but it's basically like a VTuber cameo site. You can like list what categories of stuff you're comfortable with, and then you can request custom videos from that particular creator. So if you would like to get videos from me, you can use this link. I'm gonna try to include it in like my descriptions and stuff more often because it's another way to support me. But yeah, I wanted to advertise that a little bit more directly on like streams. On like streams, because I know sometimes not everybody is on Twitter, and the community tab can be kind of hit or miss with whether or not it actually shows my posts, I guess, because I don't use it very often. Yeah, custom Yuno messages. You can get like a happy birthday. You can get like a get well soon. You could ask for like a little roleplay thing. Yeah. Basically, whatever you want, you could ask for it over there. You can get sensual things too, whatever that means. Yeah, sensual. Someone wanted to ask if you were fine voicing something for a game that's violent and gory. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'm fine with that. Thumbs up. I was wondering where I could find more VTubers since Cameo only has a handful. Yeah. It looks like they found Vluplay found a space in the market for it. So, that seems to be where a lot of VTubers are now going to, like, offer video request services. What about explicit song lyrics? I'm fine as long as there's no, like, offensive words. Like, no... Like, it basically, as long as it's within normal site TOS, yes. Yuno egyo? Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. I had to look up what the term was because I'd actually never heard it before. So when I looked up the term and I found the definition, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Time to have Yuno sing because boobs. Anything for you guys. But yeah, I'm basically down to do a lot of stuff. As long as it doesn't go against TOS for anything, then it's fine. And I would prefer not to do anything that has, like, an explicit, like, a slur or, like, any sort of, like, derogatory language, ideally. I do reserve the right to turn down requests. Like, if I see it and I don't think I can do it, then I won't accept it. Basic Wii. I do have one request that's waiting right now, which I will get to. Just haven't gotten to it yet. Just remembered I actually had a dream about asking you to voice something I wrote. Can finally have you VA what little stuff I've written. Yeah. But yeah, just, like, use your best judgment. I will be looking into whatever you request, and if I think I can't do it, then I will reject it. But generally, there's not a lot that I would say a full no to. I have pretty high tolerance for things, especially for, like, stuff that's been pre-written or whatever. But yes, to the other person who said, if I was fine voicing something for a game that's violent and gory, yes. When I'm voicing stuff for, like, projects like that, I usually am fine with whatever. Like, the other day, someone asked if I would be okay voicing, like, a eroi visual novel, and I was like, yeah, because I'm playing a role. It's not that big a deal to me. It's just acting, bro. Perk of being a performer, you know? But yeah, I'm generally pretty open to stuff, so I will, it's not really anything to worry about for me. If I think I can play the role, I'll do my best. Okay, but that was the first update. That was the sharing of the Vluplay. And then... what was it? Sponsa. So if you'll remember, I was working with Sponsa for a little bit to raise the money for the models, and then we pivoted away from Sponsa to do, use it for, or, well, we stopped using Sponsa, and we started focusing more so on just using stream elements, because I was doing, like, actual streams to raise the money. I have updated Sponsa since then. Sponsa also changed, their link, so I had to change the link on a lot of my stream descriptions. We don't need a script necessarily. Can we ask you to voice something with a scene description or guideline? Yes. As long as you give me any guideline, I will try to make it work. It might take me a little bit longer to do something that doesn't have a script because I would have to write it. But if you give me, like, a loose idea, then I can probably make it work. But yeah, on Sponsa, I have listed several projects that I am working on and, like, different categories for them. So we can go over that kind of quickly. Sorry, I don't have a command for triggering the Sponsa yet. I have to set a lot of that stuff up still. I'm baby. I'm so bad at programming the bots. Anyways. So for Sponsa, I have lists for things like cover funds for solos. I have like a general skeb fund to get more art. I also have a cover fund for collabs because a lot of collabs nowadays, they split the cost between all of the participants. So if you'd like to see me be part of more collab covers, that would be a nice way to contribute. So that way I can contribute to projects and not feel useless. Because I can't really do much staff stuff. So if I can contribute a little bit of finances to the project, that would be useful. And then we also have Mysterious Project R. Ooh, I wonder what Project R is. You can only find out if you contribute a little bit. But obviously, no pressure. These are all like optional things. Like the whole point of Sponsa is to be here. So like if I want to make a particular project, I can ask for help funding it. There's absolutely no pressure to donate to any of these goals if you don't want to. I totally understand. But yeah, that's kind of what we're working with over there right now. I will use it more often for like other kinds of projects too, but it's just a way to get help with projects and like things that I want to do. I also just think it's easier to do this instead of putting goals like this on Throne, because Throne gets kind of picky with like digital rewards or like rewards that just turn into cash outs. So I think that using a sponsor for this makes a lot more sense, because then I can make it more obvious that it's just going to stuff like art or covers or other projects. I'm a big fan of all of these guesses. Project Rice Noodles. Project Revengeance. It's time for her to play the best in the Meat Gear series. Meat Gear? Project Revive Kawaii, let's go. I'm glad. I think it's so funny that you think that I would only need $1,000 to do that. That's very funny. Project R Rialoon. Rialoon? Sure. Project Right Leg Wife, so she can finally properly hug us. Oh, so you want me to get a tattoo on my other leg? I see. A band and a dream. Meat Gear. Yeah, you said Meat Gear. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure you meant Metal Gear, but Meat Gear is very funny. Meat Gear is just a meat grinder. Anyways. Project Rumble, Buno debuts a new wrestler-themed model and ascends to WWE stardom. WWE, but for VTubers. Awesome. Project Rice Oroni. Shut up. Stop. RK Oni out of nowhere. Oh, like RK Angel? That could be fun. I love the Meat Gear Solid series. Guys are so silly. But yeah, that's just they're just some options for projects if you would like to contribute. Just so you know that it's like going to a specific thing. Because the thing with donating on Stream Elements is like, you know that it's going to my life fund and like occasionally to other stuff, but if you want to know that your money dollars are going to a specific thing, like a specific kind of project, then that's what these goals are for. Basically. Yeah. So if you would like, you can contribute to those. And then I've also been trying to update my Throne a little bit more often. I've added a couple more things on it. I'm trying to be better about having things on there for people to contribute to. I'm not going to link that because it's Throne. you kind of know how to find it. But yeah, I am working on using Throne a little bit more often, so that for those of you who want money to go to like little trinkets and like toys and like gear and that kind of stuff, then that's probably where you would want to go. The stuff that provides the serotonin chemical. Let me ask Google AI how to find me a Throne link. Let's see if it takes me to the right place. Oh gosh, Ganba. Serotonin funds, exactly. Because sometimes a girl needs a little serotonin. A little bit of the happy chemical. I do put stuff that's practical on there a lot of the time, but I do also put stuff that's more like luxury and just like fun items. I'm trying to be better about it. I want to put more like fandom related stuff on there, but I haven't yet. I haven't yet. I'm a little head empty. I haven't thought of stuff that I want to put on there. That's the hard thing for me. Like, obviously I have stuff that I want, but it always, like, I always get stuck trying to figure out like what I should put on the thing. But I will start to use it more with like more hobby slash casual items. So that way if you want to spoil the Yuno with like actual gifts, then you can do that too. In the end, any bit of support will make me happy, but I figured that now that YouTube is basically dead, I should have like a bit more attention put into like the other ways of supporting me. Just to like make it easier, I guess. Because YouTube sucks. I have still been working with the guy that I consulted with to see if there's some way we could maybe salvage my status as a YouTube partner, but it's not looking good. I randomly got an email from YouTube support that was basically like, we can't help you, sorry. And I was just like, I didn't ask. But okay, good to know that you really can't. And that made me feel really sad. I was like, I didn't ask, but having you just randomly tell me that you can't kind of sucks. And I like asked if there was anything I could do to try and fix my application, like if they knew like how to give me advice. And we did find out, at least there's like one little thing we kind of learned that was like the review team that decides whether or not a channel can get approved for monetization is like a private thing. Like they do it internally, and that team does not share what specifically was like wrong with an application. They just tell the base team whether it was a pass or a fail. So they legitimately can't give advice on how to do better because they don't know what's wrong either. It's just internal, like privately decided, and then they just get told the yes or no, and then they issue the yes or no. So there's like no way to know. There's truly no way to know, and it sucks. It still makes no sense, but didn't know it's like a damn black box thing. That's what I'm saying. We were very surprised by it too. Because at first the way they were talking kind of made it seem like they might offer advice on how to like fix the application, but they were like, since I don't know what you got wrong, I really can't give you any advice. And I was just like, I see. That's kind of sad. YouTube sounds shady AF. I think this particular practice is quite shady. Please stop spamming emojis in chat. Thank you. Yeah, this particular practice is quite shady. The secret to succeeding in their application is their trademark secret. Secret TM. But it sucks that even like the actual team doesn't know how accounts get disapproved. They just have to issue it, and then they say that they can't tell you why. But now at least we know they literally can't because they don't know either. It's better than just assuming that they're keeping it a secret to be coy. It is very interesting that they also don't know. But I don't know if that's really going to help us. The guy that I was consulting with was just like, I was expecting a little bit more help, but I guess not. And I was like, yeah, they're being so obtuse. But this is kind of why I've given up, you know? Because if it's already this, like, kept in the dark, even from people that are on the team that's supposed to be able to help creators, then there's truly no hope. Lower ladder people are on a need-to-know basis. Sucks that this applies to all parts of their contract with creators. I know, right? They technically are still keeping it a secret, also from themselves. Who in the fuck would actually have a system like that that can't be covered in-house? I know. It's so strange. If only I could know what I did wrong. But that's part of what this guy is trying to appeal. Like, he has this case that he's been trying to bring up to YouTube directly about how when you don't approve creators and you don't tell them what to do better, it just means like less people can fix their accounts. So he's really trying to prove this to them, to be like, look, you got to try to be a little clearer. But I don't know how long it's going to take to actually try and make that happen. The main reason I gave up instead of like trying to hold out a little bit longer is because he basically implied that he's been working on this for months, but YouTube and Google are basically ignoring the situation because they don't want to deal with it. So I don't have a lot of faith. I have very little faith that this will be able to be resolved. But it is what it is. It be how it do. I think I know the problem. You didn't pass the "you must be this tall to be monetized by AdSense" test. Damn it! I got disqualified because they think that my height makes me a child. It's Jover. Literally sabotages their own platform for barring creators for no reason. That'd be like the government taking people's belongings without cause or wording and can't get it back. It's sad, but it is what it is. Only real fix for this is probably a lawsuit, which YouTube is banking no one has the money to do. For sure. It would be really annoying to try to take YouTube to court, because that would mean fighting Google. Their method is a dartboard with two sides. One is approved and the other is fuck you in particular. Yeah, and the dart just keeps falling on the fuck you in particular spot. Head pats, get horns stuck in hand. Ah, the classic. We haven't made that joke in a while. The person who infiltrates Google/YouTube and reveals the reason for the secrecy nonsense would become a messiah on the internet, if it would even be possible. I feel like they keep it very hush-hush. I don't even know if you could fully infiltrate it. Hello, welcome in. Cute animated emote. I want to make all of the animated emotes be of Orpal, you know. I want to keep the green emotes because a lot of them are very funny. But I think for animated emotes on Twitch, I'm going to make sure they're all Orpal. Whenever I can get around to commissioning them anyway. Random topic, I know. But I was just thinking about it because I'm sure people have been wondering when I'm going to get animated emotes. I'm waiting to have the means to be able to get them for Orpal. I need to win that $1 billion in lottery so Yuno can sue YouTube and Google. I don't even think $1 billion would save me. Google probably has many billion. I'd pay a wish. I think I heard they recently changed their policy, so if a video gets demonetized, they'll no longer put money in an escrow account, instead pocketing it. What? I have not heard this. What? I'm not finding anything. I'm finding stuff from like a year or two ago, but I don't think it's super relevant anymore. Maybe they've changed it again. Meh. Yippee, man and Kerbit sip stay, non-negotiable, their peak. I mean, there's a reason they're some of the basic emotes. I tried to add back all of the ones that I know people like. Which I'm very grateful that I could do because of the recently gifted subs. I had enough subscribers to be able to fill those slots, so I made sure to put emotes in as quickly as I could. R.I.P. Pensive. Goodbye, Pensive. Maybe you'll get a new one with purple once I get the purple model. But no, I also like Yermit. It's very funny. It'd be cheaper to make a platform for VTubers? Man. But people have tried, though, and it's just not, like, viable. The only people that were actually using it were the VTubers themselves. Not a lot of fans were migrating over to watch VTubers on it. Imagine Orpal Pensive Wobble. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Don't toy with my emotions. I want Pensive back so badly I didn't know it was on the table. I like the idea that was just brought up of bringing Orpal, making it Orpal Pensive and then adding like a wobble effect to it. I feel like that would make it very funny. Just her doing the pensive pose and going wow, 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 wow. I kind of love that. I think that'd be pretty easy to do too. Transcends it beyond mortal reckoning. First animated emote. Orpal Pensive. Especially because I wouldn't have to get an artist to draw it. I would just have to take the screenshot of my model making the pensive face. And edit it that way. Doable. Noted. I'll have to jot this down somewhere. It might still be a little bit before I see Orpal, though. We need a wiggle animated emote, then? Probably also doable. I'd have to figure out the sizing. I'd have to see if I could get the sizing to work, but I probably could. Pensive for full color, pencil sieve for sketch art, please. Please. But you will probably get a wiggle. I honestly haven't really known what to do for animated emotes, which is a part of why I've been kind of neglecting them. I have so many slots for animated emotes too, and I just haven't wanted to touch them because I don't know what to do. Hold on, let me get out my notebook. I gotta take notes on this so I don't forget. Where is my pen? Mount, please. There we go. Animated emote plans. Orpal. Pensive wobble. Wait. Yuno wiggle. Got it. I'd love if you turned pensive into a dono animation and added a sad violin to the Orpal pensive wobble. It'd be so good. I wouldn't know what monetary value to set that at. Wife pensive wobble? Wife can't be pensive. She is a thigh. By extension, make a roulette of random dono animations or stickers. I mean, that's kind of possible. I have already commissioned and gotten back dono alerts, though. I have, like, 4 that I could use. I was planning to re-record voice lines to make them, like, crisper, too. You know, arrive when the door actually opens. I can't go back to, well, I mean, I technically could go back to Ali-san, I guess, if I wanted to get updated emotes, but I don't think Ali-san does animated ones. I could consider going to a different artist, though, and getting one with, like, a door opening. Because I don't think they do animated emotes. I reckon $1. That's true. $1 would make me very pensive. Instant Z, thank you for the hydrate. I did the hydrate for German Tinker as well, but I guess I'll just take 2 big sips. Gotta make sure we hydrate in between all of the yappery. But yeah, I don't think I could go back to Ali-san and get it animated, so I'd probably have to go to a different artist for that. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Which I would be willing to do. I just don't know who to look for animated emotes. There's a couple of artists on Skeb that do it, maybe. So I might look into that. Or I could see if there's anyone on VGen that could do it. I just need ideas. It's getting me ideas. I don't remember how many slots I have for animated emotes. I think it's like 13. So there's like a lot of space. I just don't know what to get. I'm really bad at coming up with ideas for emotes. Which you guys would know probably, because I think pretty much every emote I have is one that, besides like the initial ones of Yuno, I guess, because I decided those, but like almost every emote I've gotten since then has been chat suggested. 13 different angles of the thighs. They're animated. What would be the point? Been looking at animated emotes for a while. Several good artists on VGen for good prices. I just have to make sure it's an art style I like. I'm kind of picky. Wait for the new model before committing to them. Oh yeah, of course. I'm not getting any of these until Orpal is done. Because I don't have the money to get new emotes right now. I'm like really strapped for cash. I'm broker than broke. I'm very nervous about the fact that my rent is due soon. Because I don't think I'm gonna have enough money for it to be done when it needs to be done. So I'm just like, I'm stressed. I'm getting through it though. Think. You know, tapping your head. Oh, like the Pooh Bear style? Okay. You know, think. Noted. If there's ones you see that you like, you can always check that person's credits if it's not on the emote itself. True. You noted, but clicky clacky? Like typing? So like a Dominachi typing on a little keyboard? 13 different thigh animations. Okay. You noted, but typing. Okay. That's something. I kind of like the idea of a little... Actually, maybe instead of, like, typing, maybe it's the little Damadachi, like, slamming their hands on the keyboard, like Keyboard Cat. Just like, plap, plap, plap. Lots of ways you could spice up thigh animations. I don't want to get banned. I feel like Twitch would ban that. To be honest with you. Bongodachi lives in my soul. I just kind of like the idea of the Dominachi with their little hands just bashing the keyboard. Twitch only hates hips. I think thighs are safe. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't know. I feel like Twitch is just a hater when it comes to women's bodies. We have hands. How do you think you guys wave? I literally have a waving emote. The frick? You're waving your little hand here. What if Damadachi got those macho arms and hit it with power? Okay, pensive, wobble, wiggle, thonk. You noted, but typing. There's a second Dominachi who has to transform for the bit. They transform specifically into a fist. They're the ones that have to slam themselves down into the keyboard. So it's like a body slam. Crazy. Tamadachi WWE. Why is this the second time that WWE has been brought up in my chat? I don't even wrestle. Okay. Aren't you a WWE VTuber? No. How about Damadachi pulling on wife to keep her from leaving? Why do you guys keep wanting Damadachi and wife? This is crazy. I like how Twitch is coming up with all the emote ideas while we're on YouTube going thighs, thighs, and more thighs. That's accurate. My whole audience is just going thighs, 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 though. Pulling on wife to keep her from leaving. What would that even look like? Any emotes you think Twitch might remove, you can always upload to BTTV or 7TV? I guess so. WWF VTuber, easy mistake to make. Crazy for it to be illegal for Damadachi to interact with a literal wife. I just don't understand what you want. Like, I don't know how it would look as an emote. We're unmoderated here. Thighs, thighs, thighs. Well, it's not that you're not moderated. You are very much moderated. It's just... you get to get away with a little bit more than Twitch, I guess. Green tombstone. Again, animated emotes, people. Animated. Lock in. Tamadachi don't know what they want, and that's how we win the war. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anyway, I think 4 ideas is good for now. We will have to revisit this when I'm actually ready to start commissioning, like, a bigger set. Coffin dance with Green woman. Give them a 1,000-word essay. Due tomorrow, by the way. Coffin dance, I think, is too big to fit into a singular emote. Because, like, Twitch emote sizes are kind of tiny. You'd want it to actually be visible. I like to suggest things like... oh, so like the glow stick... rave, confetti... card? Oh, like flailing for money? Okay, 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 okay. How about the peace sign disappearing meme? You're so right. But isn't that Charlotte Suzu's thing? I do love saying peace sign fade out, though.
An offering. Thank you so much.
Coffin dance with Yuno would be a crazy good normal gift to have. How have I not thought of this before? It feels so hard to edit. I mean, I can definitely look into doing, like, glow stick, confetti, and card. Glow stick, confetti, party, credit card. I'm not using the dumpy. There's no reason for me to have a cake shake emote. Green tombstone with a hand out of the ground, still grasping a pen, which has written under the RIP. Emotes are way too small for this idea. Good for Halloween. It's just the art that I post, and it's just the implication that Green Yuno always comes back. FNAF style. Silly. Love how you refer to that Among Us emote as the dumpy emote, because it's what it is! It's dumpy! Can we get a Cape Panic emote? Please. She literally hates us. I'm not giving you cake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can't even see cake. We don't even know if the official cake is even real. I have like very subtle cake on 1.0. 2.0, I think that the cake got a little bit upgraded, but it's not... I still think it's like average. I don't think I have no cake. I just think that I have like an average cake. Animated laughing emote of Yuno or of the Damadachi? Do you guys want to be laughing this time around? Udo's sealed cakeless streams and she wonders why we thigh post. Yuno holding a real cake. Do you want that to be the celebration one? Like it's confetti, but Yuno's also holding a cake? I could write that down. Cake. Animated laughing. Dama laughing would be lore accurate, especially with us recycling jokes. True. I feel like I should make you guys pointing and laughing. Like the one where you're like cry laughing and you're pointing a finger out. I think that'd be good. Let's see. Pensive wobble, Yuno wiggle, Yuno thunk. You noted, but with a keyboard. So like the keyboard slamming. Peace sign, fade out, glow stick, confetti and party, Yuno holding cake. Credit card, Dama point and laugh. Smug dancing, Yuno? What do you mean by smug dancing? What do you mean by smug dancing? Oh, emote only chat. Okay. Go to jail chat. Future emote ideas in some form. Oh no, they're hot. I guess that could be an option. Apparently, Twitch chat is no longer allowed to have ideas. They're only allowed to spam existing emotes. Ever seen a Hat in Time smug dancing? Just a Hat in Time dancing in general? I know about Hat in Time, but I don't know what you mean about the dancing. Let me look it up. Hat in Time smug dancing. Oh, this thing. Okay, okay. Pretty sure nosebleeds are banned. Yeah, probably. I can plan for a smug dance one. Is that the popping? I was thinking about something like that too, to like symbolize the yapping. Pop Nemo. But I was thinking about something like that. For the Yuno yapping. Pop, 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 pop. Yap, yap, yap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yuno pop. Yep. One of those wooden clogs to bonk. Unfortunately, I think that might get bonked by Twitch. Loading circle? Loading circle could be pretty funny for the amount of times that I IRL lag. Could be a good one. Okay, you're free. The loading circle one's kind of funny. Loading circle. Alright, one more. Is Oni Magic not Twitch approved? I mean, I'm clearly using the bonk. Bonk is approved. I just think that it would probably be worse if it was with a shoe. Like, it is here. But I think it would be worse if it was with a shoe. Loading circle gets my vote. Damanachi in jail like that is amusing too. That would probably be good for a static emote. You guys like being put in the cage after all. OL/teacher Yuno pointing to a whiteboard. Maybe? I don't know if the whiteboard would read very well in an emote size. It maybe could. I'd probably have to change it to like a blackboard or something. Can you have all emotes animated on Twitch, or do they give you a limited amount? They give you a limited amount. There's less overall compared to the amount that you can have for static emotes, I think. But they scale. As you get more gifted subscriptions, you get like more slots in each one. I think I currently have 13 animated slots, and then... Hold on, I can literally check right now. Emotes. Meow, 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 meow. So we have 5 standard. We have 13... Well, currently 13 standard emotes. I can actually add one more. I guess it registered that I can add another emote, so I'll do that later. And then 13 animated emotes and 2 bonus animated emote slots. And then tier 2 and tier 3 each have 1 standard emote that I can add. That would be an exclusive to a tier 2 or tier 3 subscriber. That's how much I have right now. So I guess, like, it's about the same amount of static emotes to animated right now, at least for me. I think they usually kind of scale comparatively to each other, though. Beyond Meat pointing meme? I do not know. Beyond Meat point meme. Oh! The Wojak. That's the Soy Jack meme, isn't it? I do think that that's kind of a funny face. Bits to let you add exclusive emotes too? Yes. I just don't know if I really want to put something for Bits in particular. I could, I guess. Turn the Tamagotchis into soy jacks. Which of them would be the one most likely to do the soy jack point? I guess that would probably be Patreon, to be honest. The little orange guy, I could definitely see him doing that pose. I think the others wouldn't. Okay. Well, we have 12 ideas for animated emotes. If I need more ideas for more static memes, I can come back to you guys later. I think we're okay, though. I still have so many static emotes that I haven't uploaded because I didn't have enough slots with my memberships. So we're good on static ones for a while. Speaking of, I wonder what I should add now that we have another slot. Let's see. Going to bed early tonight, see ya. Okay, rest well. You know, laugh, please. You are, like, one of the few people that uses that one, so I can see why you want it. That one honestly wasn't getting used that much by a lot of people. It was constantly on the chopping block for one that we might get rid of. Yo ho ho one? Yes. Not many people used it like I thought that they would. Well, they did because it was the only option for laughing ones, but I think there was a demand for different kinds of laughs. Okay, it's pending. I did add, you know, laugh. Okay. And then I have the 13 slots still. I have to figure out what I'm gonna do for the other emote options. With the Ojo-sama Yuno laugh. Yes, I added it. Now you guys act like you miss it. I used it a lot. I just remember the last time we were talking about which emotes we might cull to add in some new ones. I think Yuno laugh was on the table. Pickle Yuno full-sized art needs a sign reading. No. No pickle Yuno. Yuno doesn't even like pickles. Or would you prefer this emote unified? No! I literally chose the Ojo-sama laugh because I thought that it suited the Yuno aesthetic when I was first making my emotes. But I also had a completely different character plan when I was thinking about how Yuno Hanaki was going to act pre-debut. And then you guys were mean to me, and that plan went out the window. You did this to me, by the way. I would have been a lot nicer and sweeter and cuter, but then you were mean. And I had to harden myself up. I had to become tough. Lovingly, by the way. Uh-huh. Sure. That's what they all say. But no, I had a very specific plan. And I'm like 90% sure that that's why management even wanted me in the first place. Yuno pre-debut Ojo-sama, Yuno post-debut Gremlin. Well, I've told you this before, but my initial plan was to be like very soft, very demure, very gentle, very sweet and affectionate with chat. And then you guys were mean to me, so that didn't happen anymore. Tough, right? Keep it up, champ. I'm tough. I'm cool. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the forehead. Damadashi, probably. I really did not think so many people were going to make fun of my forehead. That much is true. When I saw how much I was getting bullied before I even fucking manifested, I was just like, look, I can't be nice anymore. But I literally had plans. That's why so many of my early dono alerts were like really like soft-spoken and gentle. Because I was planning to be very, very gentle and like polite Ojo-sama vibes. And now I am jaded. You can now be the Ojo-sama of Miohoon. Tamadachi to forehead. Peace was never an option. It's so true. They were like, that is our landing pad. Now we only get nice and gentle Yuno and RP streams. No wonder Yo Ne-san one is so damn popular. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that was the initial plan. I was planning to be so much more demure. You would have had like a very sweet, very loving Yuno Hanaki. But now I'm this. However you classify this. Not that you don't still get the soft Yuno, it's just definitely reserved for like roleplay stuff. Everyone being like, man. The world that could have been. Kretcher. That's true. Kretcher indeed. The gap makes it better when it does appear. If only more people had the same opinion. I think there are a lot of people who would have preferred that I just stay soft forever. Soft and demure. Demure Yuno talking about South Park. I probably would have never brought it up. I would have just been like, South Park? I've never heard of that before. But if it's something that you like, I'm sure that it's very wonderful. I don't watch things like that, though. After looking at the description, it looks a little bit crass. The whiplash from soft Yuno to limbo or Bunny Garden Blue. My Bunny Garden stream probably would have been so much more demure. She would have just been like, oh my. I feel so bad for these girls. They are very beautiful, though. And so kind. It's nice that we get the chance to get to know them on a personal level. Even if it takes a bit of time to get there. Instead, Yuno thirsted like a sailor who hasn't been on shore in years. God, I love women. Ada, these girls need longer skirts. The amount of times she would have been like, you'll get cold, sweetie. Honestly, you should wear something warmer. We're in the middle of winter. You're going to be the original personality of the VTuber in that VTuber anime, and instead we go to the strong zero version, basically. Imagine having to do a South Park react knowing full well what it's about. I mean, I can act. I would definitely be able to act like I'd never seen it before. We got women, I have no regrets. External, your skirt should be longer. Internal, women! I love how everyone brought up women instantly. There are trade-offs to both. Oh, absolutely. But I'm pretty sure there was a bit of an expectation initially that I was going to be the one that was like super sweet and demure and pandering in that way. But again, that was going to be the angle. And then I saw how often everyone was making fun of me, and I was like, I don't know if I could maintain the niceness in those conditions. So I pivoted. And I went for Tsukomi, like, exasperated straight man of the group. Which I think does really benefit. It benefited Hana Mizuki, and I think that it really benefited just, like, my overall vibe within Kawaii, too. You would have broke by hour 2. I love women. Platonically? No. Very much no. Wasn't much of a pivot. You were just downplaying that role the whole time, then embraced it. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Demure or not, Daminachi were bent on corrupting the soft Oni? Probably. I think if I had stuck with the softness, everyone would have been like, a woman to break. But it's okay. I'm still very happy with how things have turned out. Even if when I made these emotes, I was thinking about an entirely different woman. But on the bright side, now that I have a better grasp of like the angle that I'm taking, it means that when I go to record the new alerts for 2.0 and everything, it's going to be more in line with current me. Which I think will make them more fun. If you're still interested in Soft Yuno, then you should check out her Blue Play. Yes, if you are still interested in getting me to act like Soft Yuno, which you can do if you request it, you should consider checking out the Blue Play. Oh, also, I forgot to check this earlier. I'm so sorry. Let go my ego. Thank you for the $4.20 tip. Haha, nice. Thighs, thighs, forehead. So true. The Damadachi staples. The Damadachi core desires. Imagine we do a complete 180 during your re-debut. Re-debut. Fucking damn it. You're doing your best. I was thinking about doing that. I was thinking it might be super funny if I do my 2.0, but I'm back in like the like not quite GFE, but like really flirtatious, like coy mindset, and I use a completely different voice again, and you guys are just like, what the hell? I think that'd be funny, personally. But I can't do it now because I brought it up, and you would expect it. But no, I think I'm gonna try to be more genuine. Debuno voice returns. Debuno voice is too high. If anything, I think it would just be like the demure voice that I was just using. Split the spaghetti over the carpets. We can also act surprised. I don't know if I believe it. 2.0 debut is extra low instead. Oh, okay. So I think you want something like this.
Oh, Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? Well, what do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki.
Something like that, right? Start tickling my brain! Whoa. Something like that? That would also be a little bit difficult, but I could probably do it. That was also an option. Again, I do believe management wanted me because I have the range, and I mentioned that I was really good at sticking to a character. Neurons are achieving light speed. Now pinch your nose and do it? Okay.
Oh, Hanaki. Did you know that our souls are connected by fate? Well, what do you know?
Stupid. That's hard. Debut starts with Debuno, but after a minute, okay, I can't keep this up. True, I'd probably break character. She can go from brat to woman in an instant. I know, it's almost like I am a woman. Isn't that crazy? I know you forget sometimes, but it's almost like I am one. Says low, expecting Ash Ketchum. Got a voice that can smell the top shelf whiskey and smoke. Thanks? Thanks? Is that a compliment?
Oh, Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate?
This is if I do anime shonen protagonist, by the way. Silly, you know women aren't real? That's true. I made up the concept of women, by the way. I made it up and I channeled what I think that it would be like if they were real just now. Thank you for the hydrate. I did it. I took big sip of water.
Oh, Hanaki, believe it!
Crazy. Dubbed anime voiceover. Okay, got it. Okay.
Oh, Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? Well, what do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oiran from Mialun.
I can take direction really well, guys. This is why you should request videos from me on Vluplay. Buno is actually meant to be a stage actress in the Edo period. Instead, she was flung forward in time like Samurai Jack and making it our problem. That's why I say performer. I take direction like a champ. This is also part of my skills as an Oiran. How else am I supposed to perform plays and read poetry to you if I can't act, you know? Dominachi explosion. Now I'm thinking about an anime fan sub of your line overly filled with swear words. We gotta go back to mid-2000s dubbing, make all media sound like Sonic Adventure. Oh my god, you're so right. It's so good. No, stop! You're gonna crash! Ah! The acting ever. Can you tell us now who you angered? I've said this already. I was very open about it during my 2.0 re-debut, when I debuted as an indie. There was a very wealthy client who was an older gentleman, who came to the brothel where she worked and really tried to pressure her into something that she wasn't ready for. Basically, he tried to rush a lot of steps because he thought he had the right to do it as a rich guy. But he didn't follow the complete process of, like, the repeated visits, like the slow burn of it all, and he tried to push for an immediate interaction and, like, force her into, doing something with him. She said no, pulled herself away, did something a little bit aggressive to, like, push him off of her, and he basically rallied everybody else against her, because he had a lot of power and influence among everybody else in the village, not just with the amount of money that he was slinging around in the brothel. And they were managed to kick her out. There you go. It was a very older time period, so it was a lot easier for more extreme things to happen. Think of it like she was being ousted for being a witch, but not really. She was just ousted for not opening herself up enough. Even though she was just following protocol. But the boss was very angry because that was a very powerful client that she angered. So in the end, nobody ended up being on her side. Or if they were, they didn't want to say anything because they also wanted a piece of his money. I spit on your grave, Japan edition. I have no memory of that. I must be getting old. I need to donate my life savings to Buno before I perish. She angered Byago from Okami Okami. No! That man seems more like a gentleman. I don't think he would be like that. He seems much nicer. But no, you have to remember she was a human and she lived in a very human village. So it couldn't have been the White Tiger Man. He was just some young pompous lord. Well, young, quote unquote, compared to, like, the Oji-sans, I suppose. He was not quite Oji-san status, but he was much older than her. Which wasn't part of the problem. If he had been nice, she probably would have just, you know, gone through the motions as she was supposed to do as part of her work. But it was because he acted a little bit too entitled to her and her person that she was like, no. It be like that sometimes. tried the old Seto Kaiba razzle dazzle. I suppose so. Screw the rules, I have money. I guess that's basically what he was trying to do, yeah. Definitely thought that he only had to wave his money around once in order to instantly get whoever he wanted in the place. As if that would just work. As if that's how it be. When it is not. It is not that. The manga is so dark, Kaiba going from cash to a beating is a light escalation, probably why he was spared. Yeah, I remember how dark the manga was. I really liked it, though. At least the amount of it that I read. I think I read the first, like, 6 volumes of the manga? Probably. I don't remember, though. It's been a bit. He wasn't that guy, he was that guy. Yeah, exactly. Never finished it, but yeah, they escalated like crazy. They'll never animate that, even though they should. It would be so cool if they animated it. But you're right that they probably won't. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has become too child-coded. Well, I guess not child-coded, but like young people-coded. That kind of intensity just wouldn't happen. You Exodia'd him in the end? I guess. Sure, I guess. It wasn't Yuno that did it, though. It was the other Oni. I think an anime based on their archetypes would be interesting, especially with all the focus on card lore they've done. Maybe. I'm afraid I don't actually know that much about Yu-Gi-Oh! We probably shouldn't get too into the weeds with it. I know about, like, the OG series, kind of, and about GX, kind of. My knowledge ends there. I know nothing about the card game. I'm just a little guy. Yuki-Onna, we need to see you again. I've mentioned this, but I think if I ever do another outfit after Yellow, Yellow still needs to be finished, of course, but if I ever do an outfit after Yellow, it would probably be Yuki-Onna themed. I want to see how my mama envisions a Yuki-Onna version of Yuno. So you would get an ice woman, ice lady, Yuno eventually. But you have to actually we have to make Yellow happen first. We have to make Yellow happen first. I think most people just know the main Yu-Gi-Oh! TV anime and less so of GX and later. Oh yeah, people definitely know nothing about what happened after GX, but I think that's because a lot of the core audience that was into Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time kind of grew out of it. I feel like, and this is just my opinion, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot less staying power than Pokemon did in terms of, like, longevity of, like, staying a fan. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is something you like as a kid, you fall out of, and then maybe you get back into it as an adult. Meanwhile, I feel like Pokemon can manage to like stay consistent from like when you get into it as a kid to your adulthood, which is why you still have so many adults that are like very passionate about Pokemon because they grew up with it. Do you get what I mean? I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I just think that Yu-Gi-Oh kind of had a bit of a hard time keeping up with its target audience because when the target audience got older, they just couldn't enjoy it as much. And then they had to get back into it as adults when they developed their frontal lobes and could actually like learn how to play the game. I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. Yukiona Yuno sounds good. It's based off of my members announcement stream where I had to do like a whole role play leading into it, like an escape room sort of game, an escape room sort of like simulation experience. And one of the creatures that you went up against was a Yukiona, but everybody wanted to see her because everyone was down bad for the PNG I used. Literally nearly sabotaged the game. I had to improv a way to save you from it because you for some reason did not want to win. But yeah, that's where it initially came from. And everybody liked how I portrayed the Ice Woman, so they were like, please, please, Ice Woman. Those were the days. Those were the management mandated days. They didn't want us to do just normal announcement streams. They were like really pushing that we do something unique. I would have wanted to do something a lot more chill, but management was just like, you need to do something super unique. And like in particular, my manager was like, if we don't make something unique that we can get the rest of management to approve, then you're probably not going to be able to do it. And I was just like, what the hell? That's so stupid. Fine. That's crazy. That's crazy. We gotta get out of here. Hey, how you doing? I guess something like that. Not helping was Yu-Gi-Oh! Focusing almost entirely on cards, whereas Pokemon had more avenues, games, plushies, variety of toys, comics, phone apps. I do think that's true. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of went all in on just the card game, which made it a bit harder for kids to, like, stay interested in it. If your pitch dies in the boardroom, it dies in real life, literally. Got Ice Woman, so it was a win. Makes sense. I wish I was still into the things I was into as a kid. I guess that's fair. I have a lot of nostalgia for things that I liked as a kid. I don't know if I necessarily still like them now. I think Pokemon was the only one with, like, real staying power. Everything else has kind of, like, shifted in time. Also, the anime didn't follow the card game rules that well, so was even the point. Yeah, I remember I tried to learn how to play the card game with some of my friends as a kid, and all of us were just like, this is not at all how it plays out in the anime. The show makes it so different. And so eventually we just said, screw the rules, and we just started, like, playing like they do in the anime. And making shit up. The card game actually did numbers for a very long time, but the lack of diversifying the portfolio and generally more mature angle it started with kept it falling behind Pokemon. I think the opposite, though, kind of. Like, I feel like they just blocked in a lot on the show, and, like, kind of on the card game. Well, obviously, because that was their main source of marketing, but I feel like they focused so much on the show, and then the difference between the show and how the card game actually played just kind of made, like, a bit much of, like, a disparity. And I feel like the card game was always aimed more mature because you had to understand the rules a bit better versus, like, kids who were watching the show did not have the patience for that kind of rules. Luna the cat was sleeping on me cutely like Sailor Moon's pet cat, who I think is also named Luna, right? Anyway, cute. For those Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I knew people who either grew out of them entirely or switched to Magic. Oh yeah, I know a lot of people who switched to Magic. They've been all in on the card game to the point where they don't even have a show to advertise and are relying on nostalgia and Master Duel. Well, now, but I'm saying back then, like back when it was trying to compete with Pokemon, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know anything about what it's doing now because I stopped caring about Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Was never something I could get back into. I liked it for a time, but then when I dropped it, and I like never went back to it. Magic is so fun though, so I hear. Would not be for me though. I just don't really think I'm a card game girly. I got into Duel Masters because I could at least get the strategies. But that's the thing, like going back to my original point, it's something that you kind of lose interest in as a kid. But then once you develop your frontal lobe and you try to get back into it, it becomes easier to like, I suppose, because you can like enjoy the complexity more as an adult versus as a kid. There's another green woman that Yuno knows you can talk to for card talk. This is what I mean. I was trying to avoid talking about this too much because I really don't know what I'm talking about. I have a simple opinion based off of what I have experienced, but I don't know enough about the modern thing to be able to properly make arguments. I apologize. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I liked as a kid that also carried over. I guess maybe Cardcaptor Sakura. I guess. Oh, I guess Sonic too. Sonic was also like one of my bigger fandoms when I was a kid. I think everything else didn't really stay. I mean, I guess maybe Tails. But I feel like Tails is its own separate thing. Whatever happened to Beyblade? I know the Beyblade Moses meme comes from a later season, but otherwise it seems to have died out. Good question. Digimon is still goated. I'll rep it till I die. I love that for you. I watched Tamers and that was about it for me. At least I think it was Tamers. It was the one where they transformed into the Digimon. Like, they could fuse with their Digimon and, like, become them. I think it was Tamers? I don't know. Beyblade is apparently making a comeback. There's some kind of production in the works. Oh, really? That's cool. Cardcaptor Sakura is great. Barely anyone talks about it or the Clamp verse nowadays. It's because Clamp is just constantly on hiatus. They're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, but I get it. They're all like older women now. So it's probably harder for them to truly like keep up to an extent. Frontiers when they turned into the Digimon. Tamers was the very dark Digimon series. Freaking goated. Okay, I remember the name wrong. I never remember it. Every time we bring up Digimon, I say that that's the season that I watched, and I forget that that's what it's called. Proof that it did not stay in my brain. All Clamp has done nowadays is make the Code Geass character designs. True. I mean, they did finish the Clear Card arc, I think, no? Or did that go back on hiatus? I still need to finish Clear Card. Tamers, they merge with their Digimon? Oh! Wait? But I don't know which one I'm thinking of. I don't know if it's Tamers or Frontiers. Anyways.
An offering. Thank you so much.
Conrad, thank you for the $4.20 tip. Haha, nice. Happy OniMon Yuno. Looking forward to Yuki no Hanaki. We'll rename her Yukino just for you. But yeah, that's not gonna happen for a while. Like, I gotta get Yellow taken care of first. And I have to also debut Orpal. I'm not even close to being ready to commission a design for the Yukiona. I'm not ready at all. But that's what I want to do next when it comes to getting another outfit design. When Angry Red Oni design? I mean, I do want to have, like, multiple colors eventually. I have to be careful with the colors that, my unit mates have, though. Because I don't want to cause too much, like, brand confusion. But maybe eventually Red Oni. And maybe eventually Blue Concept. It's too hot to even consider her yet. Red and Blue Oni is kind of baked in for you, but yeah, I don't want to get things confused. Well, specifically Red. I think Blue Oni would be different enough from, like, Lynn's image color that it wouldn't cause too much issues, but I think if I wanted to be Red, it would be difficult because even Kaya's rebrand has red. I have to be very careful with how I approach it. When tiger skin bikini design? Never, because that won't be allowed on Twitch. Twitch does not like swimsuit outfits unless you are always in the pools and hot tubs category. So I unfortunately will not ever be able to do a bikini. Purple is basically blue. No?
An offering.
No, please?
Thank you so much.
We can go to the beach. Yeah, but I don't want to be at the beach all the time to use that outfit. Just be super tall and flat and there won't be brand confusion. No. If I have literally been told by other Damadachi that if I take away the Bunos, people will be very mad. I can't take them away. Daniel Smith, thank you for the $13.37 tip. Haha, leaked. I know what that means. Purple Spring, Yellow Summers, Pumpkin Spice Fall, and then Blue Woman. Pumpkin Spice Fall honestly would be so cute. I've been really into like browns and like kind of like darker orange colors lately. Probably because it's fall now, so I'm starting to get like super into those colors again. That vibe kind of slaps. I'm not gonna lie to you. That could be super cute. I don't know if the Yuki Ono would end up being blue though. I think she'd be more white. Like white or like silver or grayish. Blue I always kind of envisioned as being more of like a like more water coated than ice. But I'm still not entirely sure. But again, these are all like super early just thoughts. I haven't even like tried to narrow down what I want for them. Playing a game with a friend once, he kept running to the blue marker when he was supposed to run to the purple. When we asked why, he said there's only 2 blue markers. We were the jerks. Oh no. Water, I thought Oni only drank sake. Some do. Some prefer to only drink sake. I don't mind sake. I like my fruity little girly drinks though. Colorblind problems? Yeah. Yeah. True. But anyway. Fruity alcohol enjoyer too. Yippee! I like them. They're yummy. Your 2.0 would be very strange for him just because of how much I call it purple and he's just staring at it like, but that's blue. Most Yuki-onna I've seen go for more glacier blue or very light cerulean coloration. Yeah, it's like super like powder blue or like full white. I'm personally wanting to lean full white. But even the design for the Yuki-onna, like the basic ass PNG that I used in that stream was like white kimono blue hair, like cyan blue hair. I don't know if I would put blue hair for this one though. I think I would go for white. I think I'd go for white and like super pale baby blue. Why not pastel blue? That's what baby blue is. Baby blue is like a pastel. Very faded blue. Burnt orange beret like a pumpkin top, light brown jacket, sweater, long skirt, toggles for Starbies, and a notebook. Oh my god, you're cooking. I'm going to die. I don't have the means to make this in time for autumn. Maybe autumn next year. It would be so cute. I have to resist though. Hey, maybe if I'm lucky, my mama will watch more of my streams, and maybe if she can understand us when we talk about all the stuff that we cook for alternate Yunos, maybe she will draw it. I doubt it though. I think she knows some English because she does watch a lot of foreign films, but I don't know if she knows enough English to like understand what I talk about without subtitles. Why is that auto-moded? Probably because it thinks that you're trying to insult me. Yeah, race, ethnicity, or religion. Anyway, I think it's funny, so it's fine. I just have to hit allow. Do you like PSLs? I've said this before. I don't really like hot drinks in general. But I do enjoy the pumpkin spice flavor. It's actually very funny. Hitomi does not like pumpkin spice at all, but she really likes apple cider flavored stuff. So we are usually at odds because I love pumpkin spice and she loves the apple cider stuff. I didn't know PSL was hot. Yes. Pumpkin spice lattes are usually hot. You can get them iced and you can get them like in like a blended frappuccino style if you want them. I just don't think they're very good. I usually go for like a brown sugar drink though compared to a pumpkin spice drink. I do like pumpkin spice flavored desserts though, like a pumpkin spice donut or like a pumpkin spice muffin or something like that. I've had pumpkin spice once and it tasted like nothing. It just tastes like nutmeg. It tastes like the spices that you put into a pumpkin pie. It doesn't really taste like pumpkin in itself. Go white girl, go. Go white girl, go. We need to teach her passion English? Maybe. I mean, she knows enough English that she was able to write details for my ref sheet in English, which you guys won't be able to see until I debut and I show you the ref sheet. But she wrote, like, English words next to all of the parts of my outfit ref. Her handwriting is also so cute. I love my mama so much. Does she do commissions? She doesn't have a scab or anything. If you were going to commission her, you would have to send an email. Because she has like a site set up where you can find her email. But you'd have to be able to write it in Japanese or like use like a really good machine translation, I guess. Because I don't think she would do business communication in English. So if you want to commission her, find somebody who can speak Japanese. Or find a really good machine translation. In the times where I couldn't get Sora to help me translate my messages, I used a machine translation, and it didn't do too badly. She was able to understand what I was asking for. But, like, ideally, you would want to find someone who could, like, actually write out your request for you. Because that would just make sure that you wouldn't miss any details. Sweet like sugar, sass like cinnamon. More Yuno coded than I first thought. Can I hire Yuno to get Sora to translate? I mean, I guess? Ooh. I mean, I'm sure you could find other people who would be able to do a translation for you. And like I said, the machine translation did well enough. Like, I didn't really have too many issues communicating with my mama once I had to use it, because Sora got too busy. But, like, at least for the initial requests, I think you should make sure it's written out with, like, somebody who can translate it. Making me so salty you can keep making these asides about how great everything is and we just have to stew in bongo and rage. How do you think I feel? As happy as I am with how everything turned out, I can't show you anything. I've been going bonkers because I've been getting all of these things and I've had to keep them to myself. I've been showing them to friends just to, like, cope. Can I hire Egan to hire Yuno to hire Sora to translate so we can hire your mama? You literally can. This whole circus is your idea. I mean, I'm not like Kaya. I don't want to leak everything. I am not a leaker. I enjoy giving surprises. But technically, yes. By all accounts, I could just share everything now, but I'm not gonna. I've waited this long. What's a few more weeks? Me when I'm a well-sealed container. I'm not a leaker. True. On my way to commission Yuno to say the name of her mama on Blueplay. I will tell you everything but her name. I am keeping this a secret. You've never leaked once in your life, though? Try it, see what the Kool-Aid man tastes like. Just tip the ladle in.
No! I'm not doing it! You can't make me! No! No, 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 no.
I'm strong and I'm brave and I'm cool and I'm not gonna leak. Like I said, I made it this far. I'm not gonna crack now when we're so close. Careful or you'll owe the Hat Man money. Not the Hat Man. Couple weeks worth of freedom if you do it now? No. I will not. You can't make me. It's literally prison. Crack, crack, crack. No! Would you do it for a Scooby snack? No! Be strong. All the leak energy in the universe is leaking out since Kaya has nothing to leak left. I literally saw her tweet on her sub account earlier about how she was gonna leak something to her members, and I was just like, girl, why are you leaking things now? You can tease just a little more something? No. 2 Scooby snacks? No. Not even Scooby snacks, she's a tough cookie? Yes. I'm the toughest cookie you've ever met. I'm stale. You try to take a bite out of me and your teeth will shatter like glass. Would you do it for 10 boxes of Scooby snacks? 10 boxes? Are those real Scooby snacks? You wouldn't be able to afford 10 boxes. We just need to get a pretty woman to ask her, she'll break. I will show the pretty woman, but the pretty woman will not show you. She leaks for the love of the game. Real. Okay, have a good rest. Hides Chips Ahoy Chewy label. Yes. I actually do like Chips Ahoy Chewy. Good choice. Are they the ones with brownie in them? Because those are my favorite, but they're like limited time. They usually come out around fall, winter. Yes, they are. Are you lying? Is this you when you lie? I love that we somehow did that bit right. The escalation was always 1 snacks, 2 snacks, the whole box. No, I'm dead ass. Really? That means that they are back in season, and that's really good news for me. I think I need that. What if we ask Yuno's mama to tell Yuno to leak her mama's name? You don't even know who to ask! The chewy ones are so good. Time to put Scooby Snacks, I mean Chips Ahoy Chewy on your throne. I need to see if I can even find the listing. You're right, though. I would put like 99 of those things on there. Please buy me 99 Chips Ahoy Chewy with brownie in the center. Please, I'm so for real. I need my Girl Scout cookies. Oh no. Is it Girl Scout cookie season? I guess it would be, huh? I think they did usually start selling in like October or November. Boy, oh boy. No one in my area sells Girl Scouts. Sells Girl Scout cookies. Onigashima sucks. Pensive. I haven't had a trefoil in so long. Using Throne correctly. Yeah, man. Gotta get those cookies. Randomly decided to go to Kroger's one day and they had them. I ate the entire thing. You're so real. That's me. Have you ever put a couple on a plate and then put them in the microwave for a couple seconds so the brownie inside gets like warm and gooey? Because that's truly peak. That and with like a little glass of milk. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're my favorite. Okay, I have to look to see if I can find these on a service now. When in doubt, check Amazon. I also tried it with the air fryer. Ooh, good point. You are so real for that. Chocolatey caramel, Reese's. Well, that's just the brownie variant. That's not the one that I want. I want the one with the brownie in the center, like the brownie filling. Ice cream sandwich. Baked bites, Reese's. Am I not gonna be able to find it? Did they hate me? Fudge filled. Close! That's not it! Chewy, chewy, chewy. Reese's. Confetti cake. Chocolate caramel. No, where is it? Oh, they hate me so bad. Oh, they hate me so bad. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. They hate me so bad. Man. Who? Misery. Alright. Chips Ahoy, chewy, brownie, filled, cookies. They are indeed at Kroger. Wait, this is it. Why didn't it show up when I searched before? Currently unavailable, that's why. Dang it! Come back! No. Question is, are you the type who knows you'll have the whole box and take it with you, or do you live with the delusion you won't have more and go back to get more every 15 minutes? I'm pretty good at portioning out my treats, especially when I know that they are super limited. I will try to eat them very, very slowly. My luck sack was stupid good that day. Can you give me them, please? Can you please give them to me? Can you please give them to me? I need it so bad.
No, it's not available. It's not available. No.
Man, the closest Kroger to me is so freaking far, dude. Hold on, maybe if I do a proper search, it'll actually find a better one. No, apparently. Rats. What's Kroger? A grocery store. Not near me, though. Once again, Onigashima proving that it freaking sucks in terms of availability of things. Things are just never available, bro. Gotta turn to Jordan, the TikToker shorts guy who knows the recipe to everything. True, I actually used to watch his shorts quite a bit. Not so much anymore. This doesn't feel like a legitimate website. Yeah, probably not. Dang it! It's Jover. I want my cookies! No! Are you willing to spend 100 doll hairs on a box of cookies? No. Why do you think I was trying to put this shit on Throne? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Thank you for asking. Karazy Kitsune, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Had to look 57 days until Girl Scout cookies in my area. Yeah, that sounds about right. Make us spend $100 on cookies to send you throne markup. Yeah, exactly. I will make you bear the weight of that throne markup. That's for you now. Thin Mints? Ew. Those were Onimama's favorite Girl Scout cookie. I hate them. But I don't like mint stuff. I am the mint hater, sandwiched between two mint flavor lovers in Mialoon. She was based. I guess, but like, Thin Mints are everybody's favorite. It's the most like basic answer when you ask what someone likes when it comes to Girl Scout cookies. That's the only one people know. God forbid you try any of the other flavors. Like, have you ever eaten a fucking tag-along? That shit slaps too. Or a trefoil? That's good. I love tag-alongs, OMG. I shake your hand. We have the same taste, you and I. I fucking love tag-alongs. Tag-alongs and trefoils are the best. So good, for real, for real. I don't like mint chocolate anywhere except Thin Mints. I mean, I guess I have heard that the ratio between chocolate and mint in a Thin Mint is really good. Not for me, though. Do you guys do the thing that Onimama used to do and you freeze them to make them even colder? Because that's how she likes them. Sorry, liked them. Barely any mint in a Thin Mint? I guess. I guess. I just like the shortbread plain ones. Yeah. I really liked the trefoils too as a kid. No, I just ate them. Most people are saying yes, though. Never bought any? That's fair. If you don't have family where it would make sense for like a Girl Scout to be like a niece or a cousin or whatever, you probably will not usually get the chance to try Girl Scout cookies. Trying that out next time? Yeah, whenever we would get them, Onimama would freeze like all of the boxes of Thin Mints that she got, and she would usually get like 4. It would be like 4 boxes of Thin Mints. We would get 2 boxes of like a secondary flavor that both of us kind of like, and then 4 boxes of trefoils for me. That would be my cookie stash. I do love me a trefoil. They have really good shortbread. Coworkers are a good way to get Girl Scout cookies? I guess. If they're pushing to, like, raise the girls' numbers, then for sure. I hear you can order Girl Scout cookies from local troops online now, though. because of what happened with the panini. They made it so that if you wanted to order Girl Scout cookies, you could do it online and it would just support your local troop. Which is kind of nice. At least some of the proceeds would still, like, benefit those Girl Scouts. So I've heard. I don't know if it still does it now. But I know that that was put in as part of a, like, panini regulation. So lame, though. Half the fun is giving the money to the Girl Scout. I agree. Some of my favorite memories of being a Girl Scout was getting to do the cookie-selling fundraisers. But I mean, I've said this before. My Onimama was the, like, cookie mom in our troop. She was the one responsible for all of the, like, cookie sales. She kept track of all of the girls' sales, and we would also be the ones to go pick up all of the cookies that everybody sold. So we would have, like, a big truck, like, full of cookie boxes, and I loved it. I loved being surrounded by all the cookie boxes. It was also super fun to help sort everybody's total amount of cookies. And we would help them sort into, like, the smaller orders, too, so they could make sure that they always delivered the right quantity to whoever they were giving their cookies out to. It's so much fun. But it also meant that I was surrounded by cookies all of the time, and I always had the temptation, like, they wouldn't notice if I took a box. I never did it, but I always had the thought, the intrusive little demon thought that was like, but what if I took a box? But what if was for me? Are there rewards for the Girl Scouts? There used to be. There used to be. I can't remember what the rewards were when I was a Girl Scout. It was a very long time ago. I think we had also, like, a big troop reward too. Like, if our troop overall managed to earn enough proceeds from a particular run of cookies, we would, like, get to have, like, a really big pizza party, I think. Or, like, a bigger celebration of some kind. Maybe it wasn't a pizza party. It might have been something else. But it was, like, some sort of big celebration that we all got to enjoy. I think it also meant we got to do, like, a more fun field trip to get, like, a more interesting badge. Yuno enjoys distribution management as long as cookies are involved, I guess. No, I actually really do love sorting things. I love sorting things like that. I find it very therapeutic. I enjoyed it even as a kid. I like to keep things organized like that. I was the one who would help stack all of the cookie boxes so that they were color-coded. And then I would also get mad if they weren't in rainbow order. So then I would have to not only sort them by color, but I'd have to make sure the colors were lined up in rainbow order. Or as close to it as you could get, because not every color was accounted for. But no, I loved that stuff. I was a very dutiful little cookie princess to my cookie mom. Helping organize everything. I just have a lot of fond memories of it. My kindergarten fundraiser was the best one. Coke sponsored it. If you sold $500 of stuff, get a mini cooler, FMAM battery radio, and $50. Got to go on stage for them to count off the money. That's really cool. In terms of our school fundraisers, we had a partnership with a chocolate company. So we sold chocolate, I think. And then there was also the older kids got to sell, like, suckers, like lollipops. Like these, like, specialty flavor lollipops. Apparently, I heard about this from my younger cousin. Apparently, his generation got to sell Auntie Anne pretzels. I think he also got to do it as a Boy Scout. But I was just like, what the fuck? I want to sell Auntie Anne pretzels. I want to work with Auntie Anne's. The frick? I was so pissed off. I was like, what do you mean you get to do that? We just had to sell these, like, off-brand freaking lollipops. Auntie Anne's. Yes, I will continue to say it like that until the day that I die. I'm not going to say Auntie Anne's. It's Auntie Anne's. I don't care. I don't care. Onions? What the frick is onions? Why are you talking about onions? Yo, Hanaki, welcome in. Yuno is gypped out of the pretzels. I know. My little cousin was so fucking lucky. I was just like, what the hell? We probably would have made so much more money if we were selling the pretzels. What the heck? Boy Scout onions? Boy Scout onions? Did they have to do something with onions? I don't know. Annie Ann sounded like onions to me just now. No. That'd be if I was saying like onions, but I don't say it like that. I say onions. I think the Boy Scouts actually had to sell popcorn. Like they had Boy Scout branded popcorn. And I think it was through the school fundraiser that my little cousin got to sell the Auntie Anne's pretzels. I remember when we bought them, because I was just like, man, they get to sell pretzels. I didn't get to do that. Yeah, Boy Scout popcorn. I was confusing them. But I remember the Boy Scout popcorn. I never had to fundraise anything. Yeah. Schools were suffering, so they made the kids... they tried to offer all of these incentives to, like, sell, foodstuffs to their families and, like, workplaces and things to get some money. Child, you know, with a bag of Dum-Dums, $1 for 2. Cousins, soft pretzels, hot dogs, get your soft pretzels. Pretzel, $2, hot 2, combo with drink 4. No, he didn't get to sell the actual pretzels. Well, kind of. They sold, like, a box of frozen, pre-made Auntie Anne's pretzels. But you could also get the hot dog pretzels. I think those were the two options. You could either get, like, the box of the regular Auntie Anne's pretzels or the box with the pretzel hot dogs. We did buy a box of the plain ones. They were good, but definitely not as good as getting them at the mall. Or at, like, a truck stop when you're on a road trip. It just doesn't hit the same when you make them at home. Auntie Anne sucks. Pretzel maker is better. Banned. Banned. I love Auntie Anne's. How dare you say this to me? I think I did fundraising like twice in my life, not for me. It can be difficult. It depends on what you're doing for it though. I got used to it because I literally grew up doing it in the Girl Scouts through selling Girl Scout cookies. People definitely prefer that of all of the possible fundraiser options. But I got used to doing fundraisers from an early age. So whenever it came time to do fundraising stuff for school or for clubs that I was in, I was basically like ready. I was amped. I was prepared. Like, for example, my speech and debate team, we always did our fundraisers as car washes. We would have entire weekends of the summer booked out for doing a car wash at the local Dairy Queen. Because our local Dairy Queen had a really big parking lot. But we would do it at the local Dairy Queen, and we would have a car wash open from, like, the morning until the late afternoon. We'd wash cars, and all the proceeds from that would go to the team. Boy Scouts got Girl Scouts beat? What, because they sell popcorn? I think Boy Scouts are more lame than Girl Scouts, to be honest. It's not just because I was a Girl Scout. Oni wash sounds fun. I was about to say we don't have Auntie Anne's here, but I just googled and there's one like 15 minutes away. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Give me a pretzel. I think the closest one to me is like 40 or 50 minutes away, and it makes me so fucking sad. I want a pretzel. I'm mad. Skeb crew, get that Yuno car washer on the hood of a Chevelle. Suburban hell. Suburban Onigashima, my beloved. I sold so much popcorn that I won a PS2, the newest console at the time. Wow, that's crazy. You guys had really good prizes then. I do not remember what prizes I had as a Girl Scout available to me. It probably wasn't cool stuff like game consoles, though. I don't know. I can't really remember. I remember doing car washes as a Boy Scout, but if we ever saw girls doing a car wash, we knew it was gonna be a slow day. Speech and debate was co-ed, obviously, so it was a mix of boys and girls doing the washing. But we could, like, swap out. Like, some people could do the washing, some people could be the ones holding the sign up in front of the local Dairy Queen to entice people to come in. Some people could just purely be in charge of, like, managing the money. I got to do that because at one point I was the speech and debate team treasurer. Smile. That makes sense for me, doesn't it? Don't fucking say anything. Don't fucking say shit, okay? But because I was the treasurer, there was a point where I got to just sit and manage the money. I didn't have to do any of the manual labor of the car washing. Lay gasp. Lay gasp. Treasurer, shaking your hand, shaking your hand. I ran unopposed, so it's not like I earned the position. I ran unopposed, nobody else wanted it. They believed in girl math? Sure. Not saying anything, just taking notes. Ooh. Man. That means it's too predictable. That sounds boring. I would much rather wash or dry cars. Nah, I liked sorting stuff. I liked sorting and organizing. Ran unopposed because she put the other candidates in the hospital. It just sucks because that ended up being like a really bad year for me. So even though I managed to be the treasurer, I kind of fell off really hard that year. And then when it came time to pass the torch off, I didn't run for treasurer again, and I also didn't run for any of the higher positions. By the next year, I had quit. The end years of high school were a little bit rough for me. Teenage stuff, teenage angst. Ran unopposed because she took the other candidate off the ballot. Why do you guys think I'm so threatening? I think a lot of people trusted me because I was so demure. She got rejected by a boy. No. No, that's not it. It was not boy troubles. She got rejected by a girl. Don't just change the narrative. That was like partially it. You guys remember how I said I had a girlfriend at one point? Well, I was dating her for a long time. But after I became super depressed when Oni Grandma died my sophomore year, because I got super depressed, I fell into the hell that was roleplay in order to cope. And so that's when I made a Tumblr. That's when I started doing a lot of hardcore roleplaying, and that's when I met Hitomi. This is technically, I guess, an RP story in a way, but my girlfriend at the time got very jealous of how close I got to Hitomi, like, so quickly, and thought that I had a crush on her. I didn't. I did not. I did not. But she felt jealous and insecure because of all of the time that I was spending getting to know Hitomi and becoming really good friends with her. And that, coupled with how depressed I was after Oni Grandma's death and the fact that we had to, like, move out of the family home and a lot of other things. Like, there's just a lot of, like, big life stuff that happened in that period of time that, like, kind of changed my brain chemistry in a lot of ways and made it a lot harder for me to keep up with stuff. But yeah, my girlfriend dumped me right before junior year started. She dumped me in the summer, like the week before we were supposed to finalize the move to the new place. And like right before school started. So it was just like a really bad, like, series of events hitting me at all angles. And then it caused my junior year to be very bad. It's all just like teenage stuff now. Like I look back at it and I'm just like, it really sucks to be a teen. Like obviously to the me of the past, that was a very big deal and very much like life shattering, especially because that girlfriend had been like my childhood best friend too. I really thought that we were going to be together forever because that's what you think when you're that young. But so obviously I don't invalidate the feelings that I had as a teenager because that was very earth-shattering to me. But looking back at it now, I'm just like, I'm fine. I was going to be okay, but I did let a lot of things pile up that year, and it caused me to like be really bad at my role as treasurer, and I was just kind of like flopping in a lot of ways, like in my classes and obviously with my club activities. So that's why you like the childhood friend lover trope? Kind of. Not just because I had one, but because like a lot of my favorite ships. So my ex-girlfriend and I also used to roleplay together. So we had a few ships that we roleplayed and we made some of them childhood friends, or they were already canonically childhood friends. So we put a lot of like self-insertion into those characters too. But I think it was because I usually roleplayed with her. When I started roleplaying with people online, and in particular when I got really close to Hitomi, she felt very threatened by the fact that I was roleplaying with another person. And we tried to make it work, and I tried to follow restrictions that she wanted to put on me and like how I was roleplaying with Hitomi in order to keep her happy. But it still wasn't enough. Blushes furiously. Don't asterisk RP at me. Quit. GF is jealous of RP partners, a story I've heard so many times. God, I don't even know how to begin the half of it. There are so many people. We talked about it a little during the roleplay horror stories, but there were so many people who got crushes on either me or Hitomi, and then would get jealous of the other person in the equation because they thought that the two of us were like in love with each other, or were like monopolizing each other's attention, but we're just really good friends. Because we're super best friends, everybody just thought that we were like a threat. There's literally so many stories of people getting a crush on Hitomi and then being like, but that stupid fucking Yuno bitch is gonna get in the way because she's terrible and is gonna keep Hitomi from me. And I'm just like, I'm literally just sitting here. I didn't understand it when it came to my girlfriend too, because I was just like, we've been together for years. Why are you so insecure over a friend? That's crazy. And I'm just like, huh? And then it started happening with people that had crushes on Hitomi, and I was like, what? What is happening? Crazy. The chair is waiting for you. Not the chair. That hit so fucking hard, I'm cry laughing. Yeah, no, man. It's rough. They always think that you're the one that's going to keep them away, and it's just like, no? In the end, it is you have feelings for an independent person who makes their own decisions. I love a good reminder on why Noah needed a boat. Everybody's got to be paired up, apparently. So crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Buno is just trying to vibe with her bestie, everyone assuming they got a waiter the hypotenuse so their trope can flourish, literally. I'm just like, please. I I've mentioned this to you guys before, but well, I won't tell you her exact age because I don't think she wants that out there. Hitomi is much older than me. She's older than me. I met her when I was a teenager. She was older. So, like, we never thought about a romantic thing happening between either of us, ever. Like, that was just never going to happen because of when we met. Well, duh, she's mother. Much older? Yes, she's older. Oh, right, she's Mamadachi. Well, I guess much older is a little bit of an exaggeration, but she is older. Guessing 250? Like I said, I'm not going to confirm anything that you try to guess in terms of how much older, but she is older than me. But that's why a relationship was, like, never in the cards for us. And, like I said, when I met her, I had a girlfriend. I had no interest. I've never had interest. There was, like, one time where I was like, I guess maybe, but then I was also like, ew. I thought about it, and I was like, I guess since we get along, it would probably work. And then I was like, no. No. I don't think so. We are just, like, very close platonic soulmates, and a lot of people are threatened by our long-term friendship and our closeness. But anyway, I never really had an actual interest in in dating her. So it was always so strange. I was just like, what the heck? Don't recall that detail. Hitomi literally came through and picked her up like her own personal Nezuko and kept her in a box to protect her. That's me. Kept in a box. She's practically dust while I am spry and full of life. These numbers are not real. You're damn right. But anyway, we don't have interest in each other like that. There was, like, one time we considered it, and then we were like, no. It was a very mutual no. And now whenever people think that we're going to be a couple, I just laugh at them openly. She is my bestie. She is my ride or die. Not romantically, though. Anyways. All of that is to say, that was why the year when I was treasurer was not a very good year. I actually got scolded by the coach because of how difficult it was for me to focus on my treasury work. She survived the time period where 23 is nearing expiration. They're so brave. Young Buno was going through it for real. Young Buno was really going through it that year. Anything to say to all this, Mamadachi? Mamadachi is probably not watching because Mamadachi has work tomorrow. Mamadachi has work at, well, actually, she has work kind of late. She might be here. But also, I'm pretty sure she's gaming. She's playing the, what's the name? Clover Pot? Is that what it's called? Clover Pot? No, Clover Pit, sorry. I think she's playing Clover Pit. That game that came out recently with, like, the slot machine and, like, the... Yeah, Clover Pit. Sorry. Yeah. She's playing that. She's been really, like, locked into that game because she likes that kind of stuff. So she's been locked into that game. Cloverwatch. Not Cloverwatch. She became the casino grandma? Yes. Thanks for the stream. Glad I stuck around for lore reveals. Pray this migraine doesn't end me. Rest well! Make sure to take some medicine for your migraine if it doesn't go away. I've been there. I had a migraine right before stream. But the medicine cured me, thank goodness. As long as she doesn't start touching the screen for luck. True. Chester Cloverpot, stop! I'm sorry, I misspoke. But yeah, it's Clover Pit. We were hanging out this morning, and like one of the first things that she did was start screen sharing her current run. I think she's beaten it 3 times now, 3 or 4. Also, I know that she's probably still playing Clover Pit because occasionally I have gotten messages on Discord of the high combos that she's getting in her runs. So I'm pretty sure that's what she's doing. New hyperfixation acquired? Yes. She's locking in. She likes this kind of stuff, though. I did not understand what was going on when she was screen sharing it to me, but I was just like nodding along like, okay. Okay, whatever you say. She's trying to explain why certain things do certain combos and why she needs to like aim for a certain symbol on the slot machine, and I'm just like, okay. Yep. Yes. Okay. Yes. You mentioned the game. I look up the name on YouTube, and another VTuber just hit a full 7s jackpot in the preview box. Yup. Yup. Someone in the Yuno Hanaki viewers also watch section is playing that. I guess I got people in the audience who enjoy Clover Pit. Sometimes when the bestie is hyperfixation, you just nod and give them the "that's nice dear" and hype them up. That's literally me. The amount of times that happens to me because Hitomi likes a lot of games that I'm not always into, I'm just like, yup. I'm so happy for you. I'm glad you're doing a good job, sweetie. And like, I'll ask questions and everything because I do want to know like why she's passionate about it, and I want to learn stuff about it so I can understand more. But a lot of times I'm just like, okay, the game is gaming. Gambling. Yeah, that's the most that I contribute. Whenever I hear the guy say the words, I just go, let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. That's the most that I contribute. Me when my friends play Pokemon, that's fair. You're gonna have to lock in when I play ZA, though. You will learn. The character moves crazy. You're playing a slot machine? Crazy. I never would have guessed. You click on stuff to interact with it? Whoa. Yep, nod, nod. That's nice. Lovely, honey. Nod, nod. When's dinner? Literally me. Especially because the two of us always try to coordinate dinner. That's literally us. That's awful. Also, me and my friends play Minecraft. Oh my god, also me when I watch people play Minecraft, dude. I understand a little bit about Minecraft, but every time I try to watch somebody play it, I'm just like, what? Gotta love being in a friend Discord room with everyone playing a different game and streaming to each other. Oh my god, the cacophony. One person is sharing a YouTube video playlist. Everybody else is playing a different game. So true. Modern friendship. That's every guy gamer group, though. It happens to the girlies, too. I would say that it also happens to the girlies. I guess maybe not as often, but I think it does also happen to the girlies. The girl gamer group I'm in just wants to play Stardew. Let me out. Not Stardew. I tried to play Stardew with friends once, but they all wanted to min-max the farm and I got overwhelmed. It was my first time ever touching Stardew Valley, and they wanted to min-max and they were just like rushing around immediately, like setting everything up to like min-max the farm. And I was just kind of stuck there, like not knowing what to do because I didn't get a chance to play the tutorial. So I was just like, I don't know what to do. I have a rock. That's exciting. I found a flower. That's exciting. So I was just like, I don't know what to do, man. I gave up pretty quickly. I didn't like it very much. I haven't picked up Stardew Valley since then. I don't know if I would really like it. I guess I probably would, because I know that there's like a dating and marriage mechanic. So I'd probably be into it purely for that, if anything. But I don't know anything about the characters, because I didn't get a chance to meet them, because everyone was just focused on min-maxing. I was just like, help. I don't know what I'm doing. They literally didn't give me a chance to do anything. I was just like, I don't know what's going on. I feel like min-maxing Stardew is kind of missing the point. Well, I guess if it makes it easier for, like, getting through the game, maybe it's fine. But I do think that trying to play with a min-maxer when I've never played the game ever was a little bit overwhelming. And I didn't get the time to, like, go through the tutorial. So I was just like, well, I guess I'm just here. I just play Stardew for the fishing. That's valid. Valid. Luckily, you met Hitami, so it's really nice. Oh, the fact that we met IRL? Yeah. We have now officially met twice. In the many years that we have been friends. It's just that, like, nothing ever really worked out for us to meet before then. I think I mentioned this before, but the first time that I met her was actually part of my, my uni graduation present. We went on a trip, the summer that I graduated Cool Egg. Me and my aunt, we went on a trip, but we also invited Hitami to come with us. And that was how I met Hitami for the first time, and it was really fun! It was really cool! What was it like walking around with a ball of fire? Fun! And I mean, I'm used to it. I walk around with you guys all the time. But yeah, I went on a little trip to a different, part of Onigashima. It was nice. We were there for like a week or so. And it worked out that it was around, Hitomi's birthday. It was around Hitami's birthday, too. So, it was like a double celebration. It was celebrating that I graduated and, celebrating her birthday. So that was fun. We got to walk around and sightsee a lot. We got to eat a lot of yummy food. We got to hang out, since it was the summer, it was like warm too, so we got to do stuff like hang out on the beach, go to the pool, fun stuff. You two are platonically made for each other. I would agree. Don't tell her I said that. She'll get too mushy on me. I don't like it when she gets too mushy on me. It makes me want to explode. Don't tell her I said that. Anyways, and then the second time we met was, right before Kawaii exploded. Right before Kawaii exploded, when I went on that week-long trip in September. So I guess about a year ago now. But when I went on that week-long trip, I met up with Hitomi. We did fun stuff. But that was the same trip I got to meet Reina. So Reina also got to meet Hitomi. Fun times. So lucky. I do feel very lucky. It's funny that I have met Reina before I met Kaya. I've known Kaya longer, but I haven't gotten the chance to meet Kaya yet. All the times that Kaya has been, in an area of Onigashima, I can't go. I can't go. So it just hasn't worked out. And then obviously I can't go to Canada because I can't leave Onigashima, so... It be like that. Reina and her demon portal hacks, indeed. Indeed. Yesu. Good times just before. Yeah. Yeah, October was certainly a month, and guess what's starting soon? The month ever. Jazz hands. I'm nervous. Kaya's just like, ref, Reina's using portals, do something, and the ref's just like, sorry, Reina-san's a cute girl. I cannot stop her. Which you're going to overwrite with 2.0. Hopefully. Hopefully. I can't really confirm anything because, you guys remember how I found out about the whole date thing, when I tried to ask for a whip? I still haven't seen the whip yet. It's been over 2 weeks. I honestly don't know how it's doing. I haven't seen the rig at all. I'm scared. Anyway. Happy Halloween soon? Yes. Halloween. Very cool. Pocketing $10 and 3 cute dog pics. Portal's legal. Play on, literally. She would manage to charm the ref with her demon wiles. Yep, nothing else that would cause stress. Nope. Why would I be stressed? October's just a month. Halloween's there. Granted, it's at the end of the month, so we still have to wait a while, but hey, Halloween's there. Wow, I freaking bats. I love Halloween. It's fine. I just had this mental image of when you first saw Reina in person, you screamed, I love women. I did not realize that it was Reina until she, like, excitedly started walking towards me. And then I realized how she's tall. Well, she was wearing heels, which I think was part of it. Or, like, maybe they were platforms. I don't remember. But she was wearing, like, heeled shoes that made her a little bit taller. And she's already tall. So I was just like, oh my gosh. She was so pretty. Literally, she was, like, lit up by the sun and everything. I was just like, wow. I was, like, shocked. I felt so scrungly in comparison. She sounds fashionable, extremely so. Honestly, I think she might have dressed up to meet me. And I felt so bad because I didn't really have anything very dressy to wear in comparison. So I was wearing just, like, a cute sweater and, like, jeans. So I felt very, out of place next to her. And I was just like, you're so pretty, and I'm so scrungly. I'm so sorry. And she was just like, no, you're cute. And she kept trying to ask me where I got my sweater, and I was just like, I don't remember, because I really didn't. But she kept calling me cute, and I was just like, ah. She, like, gave me a big hug, and she wanted to, like, hug onto my arm while we were walking. And it was very nice. I had such a pretty woman on my arm. I was just like, this is peak, I fear. I'm winning, I fear. Oh no, this intimidating person is walking towards me. She even has a stand. Yes, that's Reina. Yes, she was very touchy. I was kind of overwhelmed as somebody who does not really enjoy touch very much, but she was just so warm and inviting at the same time. I was just like dazzled. She truly is like the sun, literally. Like her being Reina's son is actually like very perfect. So I was just like, what? Uno won hard that day? I did. I got to lock arms with Reina's son. I'm biased since I joined the world server in October, but yes, we explained this to Reina like 10 times and she insisted on I'm not that cute while you were liquefying. I was literally liquefying, dude. I was just like, please. She's so pretty. How that even looks since you're vertically challenged? I'm not! I've told you guys this. The height that I gave Yuno is not accurate to my actual height. I'm literally like average size for a woman. I'm like 5'5" or 5'6". I don't remember, one of the two. Pretty sure it's 5'5". I haven't checked in a while. Pretty sure it's 5'5". Dead average. Indeed! I am dead average behind the model. The model I made shorter because she just looked like she was meant to be short. So I play a shorter character. Or as a certain healer often says, I am a masochist. That's what people under 5'5" say. I wouldn't lie about my height. If I was actually small, I would tell you. If I was actually small, I would tell you. But whenever I'm talking about stuff as Yuno Hanaki, yes, I do play up being short. That's why you're allowed to feign ignorance about me being small, because it's part of playing the character. But I'm not actually small. I'm literally just dead average height. That said, Reina was still taller than me. Just not, like, obscenely taller. So you're 6'2". Yes, I'm 6'2". We know Kaya's the shortest. Hehe, she's so small. She's so small. Napoleon Cope. I'm serious. Can't believe Yuno was Shaq this whole time. I've been trying to tell you. I am tall and powerful. You constantly fight with Reina about her height. If she sees you calling her tall, we'll never hear the end of it. Do you want me to ask you how the weather up there is so you can feel better? No, I'm good. Thank you for offering. But you don't need to do that. History fact, actually, this is the power of writing. Napoleon Short, LOL, was very, very successful British propaganda. Indeed. I remember this. I remember. What are you gonna tell us next? That you have a nose, IRL? I do. I do have a nose. I have a nose right now, too. You just choose not to acknowledge it. Stop saying X. This is one of the stupidest ongoing jokes from VTuber fans. I get that it's because you don't like how anime noses look, but like you can literally see the nose move when I turn my head. I literally have a nose. Did Reina teach you some dance moves? We didn't really have time. She was pretty busy that day, so we only had time to like hang out in a cafe for a little bit and like do a little bit of walking. We didn't have enough time for much else. She was very busy. That was a smudge on my screen. God! I literally have a nose. It's bean paste? No, it's not! If it was bean paste, my nose would literally be like clown red because of my allergy to beans. I'm not wearing my glasses, so to me there is no nose. Put your freaking glasses on! Why are you staring at your screen without your glasses? That's bad for your eyes, dude. You're gonna be blinder. That's what they all say. When I freaking get you. When I get my hands on you. Are we bullying Yuno? That's my favorite bit. Can it not be? Can we choose a different bit to be your favorite? We have plenty of options. That's what they want. I know! That's why you shouldn't give in to the propaganda. Don't do it. I'm mostly just listening. Approaches Yuno rapidly. Okay, when I freaking get you. I'm going to grab you like a rat. This is why we don't get sweet, Yuno. Can't have nice things. Yeah, you guys make the choice. You actively choose for me to be like this. You could have had it all. Rolling in the deep. But unfortunately, you made a choice. And now you get, Crutcher. We blew it. Indeed. To be fair, it's hard to focus on your face because of all the light reflecting off it. Rude. Rude. My forehead doesn't even have a shine to it, first of all. No, that was a good one. Don't just hype them up because you're friends. Please. Oh, I liked that joke, bestie. All the VTuber meet and greets at cons, and I don't think one bit of one strangling a fan while screaming. I wish I could rat grab. Unfortunately, as a VTuber, my hands are stuck to my sides. If I had a way, if I could get you. That was a joke about your paleness. I know! Rude. Something, your skin is as fine as a porcelain doll. Thanks? No problem, bestie. Stop! You gotta get Yuno to cons. The best way to get a VTuber or any creator that you like to go to a con is to contact that con and suggest that person as a guest. That's the best way to do it. We can technically also apply ourselves, but we're more likely to get accepted to a place if it's fans actually like wanting to see us at the convention. Make sure that it's also a convention that you would actually go to. Because like otherwise otherwise it won't really work, because then if you're like, oh, Yuno should go to this con, and then if you don't show up and then like none of my other fans show up, it'll just be like, well, that was a waste, and then they'll never invite me again. But by all accounts, I can technically apply myself if I want to. It's just more likely if, like, fans express interest in wanting to go to a meet and greet. While tan lines are peak, they would kind of clash with the lore, Miss Oiron. This is true. You want to go to Offkai as a guest? I mean, I didn't get a chance to go to Offkai when I was in Kawaii because at the time they chose for Kaya and Ranchan to go, and they didn't choose me. So, yes, I would kind of like to go to Offkai. And then this past year, we tried to apply to Offkai to do an event. I don't know if anyone ever talked about this. If they didn't, oops. But we did try to apply to do an event, and we didn't get accepted, so... I haven't gotten the chance to go to Offkai. Gyaru Oiran, that is also on the list. Leaker. You don't even know what it would have been. I'm just saying we tried to apply, but we got rejected. Because all the space is filled up with other things. So you only did Anime NYC and Hyper Japan? Yes. Because I didn't get the chance to do Off-Kai because they chose the other two and not me. I believe at the time they said that the trade-off was going to be that the ones who didn't get to do much, or anything at Off-Kai were going to get a chance to do more at future conventions. But then the future convention was only Hyper Japan. And, I mean, I got to have a talking spot, so I guess that's something. But still. Isn't Off-Kai hard to get in? It was previously. They've started to change the rules now because they're trying to make sure that they don't have too many repeat guests. They want to try and include, like, more people who haven't gotten a chance to do it before. So I don't think you can do something twice in a row there anymore, I believe is the new ruling. But I'm sure it's definitely hard to get into because it's, like, one of the only VTuber-centric things. Time to send you to that Walmart in Alaska where Pitbull had that concert. 8,000 new Dominachi. Just need one karaoke. My karaoke will not net new people. My karaoke will not net shit. If I'm just yapping like I'm doing a talk show, maybe. I do not think my karaoke would win. My karaoke would maybe get like 2 people. I think that's right, except for sponsors getting an exemption. Well, yeah, because they're sponsors. They need the money in order to keep Off-Kai going. If you pay money, then your talents are going to get the spotlight, probably, for sure. So there's benefits to being part of a corporation that's willing to endorse Off-Kai. Because then you'll probably be more guaranteed to get a spot there. By nature of being affiliated with the corporation that's sponsored. But it is what it is. You could do a meet and greet at Off-Kai through Kawa or Aegis Link? Maybe. Maybe. Hi! Oh, Hanaki, welcome in. Or Moso Box. Yeah, I've heard good things about Moso Box. I don't know if I'm big enough though. I don't know if I have clout enough to get, like, to have stuff. 2 things. 1, you are wrong. 2, it's a town serving a military, naval port, and base, going to be mostly young men, and the Gen Z anime-loving demo. This idea is less silly. Oh, you're making it sound more like a legit thing. I see you. I don't know. I still don't think I'd really be able to get into a Walmart in Alaska. Your bigness is hidden from the cons too, SMH. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I have enough, like, clout? And I don't know if I have enough people in my viewer base that would be able to make it out to conventions also. So I don't know, maybe. You roared. Stop. Please. Who did Lynn go with? To where? I mean, I guess I could check her... I could check her stuff. I talked with Lynn at a con. Oh, right. I think she did go as part of a booth. I just don't remember which one. Maybe it was Stellarverse? Hold on. Do you remember which con it was? Because I can just search Lynn's Twitter to see if she mentioned it. I wish the media tab wasn't broken. SakuraCon? Okay. Let's see. No, that's not right. Hold on. I have to remember how to do advanced search. Well, I actually only said the word Sakura once. I guess I have to be, like, even more specific. Sakura-con? I know I can't. Nearly one is, like, 3 hours out. A lot of them do some dumb Friday through Sunday times, which means a day off if I don't want to worry about booths getting picked over. Yeah. That's true. Don't worry, I understand. It can be difficult. SakuraCon in Seattle. Yeah. I'm looking, but it doesn't say... Seattle OBA? Or SOBA? SOBA affiliated with Off-Kai Expo. Booth MKT 140. It doesn't give like a specific... Unless that's the name of the place, like the Online Broadcasters Association. I work weekends like a motherfucker. That's real. That's real. That's the thing. I always tried... Like, I understand. I always tried to tell management that I thought that we should try to aim to do more stuff during weeks, like weekdays, because I know a lot of my audience tends to work weekends compared to some of the other girls at the time. Like, I felt like comparatively, every time I talked about events, all of you guys would be like, I work weekends. Or like, I don't want to go on weekends because those are my few days off. And so I'd always be like, can we do more stuff during the week? And management would be like, no, because the average person is more available on weekends. But we can try. And I was just like, management, please. The majority of my fan base can't do it. Management, I'm gonna have low numbers because most of my fans can't make these times. And they were just like, well, whatever. And I was just like, man, I get it, but man. I was always trying to vouch for the weak people. I think your powerhouse is on Monday because that's when we're off, and hell yeah, we want to see Yuno. Why do you think I stick with OniMon? I feel like it's one of the best times to like catch up with the bigger majority. And I do notice that my average amount of CCV is usually higher on Mondays opposed to other days of the week. Not that it's low on other days of the week, but I do feel like it's on average higher. If it's literally not in Boston, I can't go. I could take a weekday off for it though. I feel like more cons are starting to do a little bit more. Like sometimes you're getting like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but I feel like that's just not as common. Just can you fans 5-head. Tell your audience to get weekday jobs. Wish there were more cons near northeastern New England. So true. It's pretty much like, what, Anime NYC? I know that's the biggest one. I think there's like an Anime Boston. I think there's like... other options. Just not as many. The biggest one is Anime NYC. Anime NYC and Anime North, true. Anime North would be the other option. I'm in the minority, I guess. I do remember the weekend shift struggle. Yeah. Like I said, I just kind of noticed that a lot of people in my audience do tend to work weekends. There's like a few exceptions, but I feel like most people tend to work weekends, and so I noticed that a lot of times if I had to do my meet and greet stuff in Kawaii on like a Saturday or a Sunday, I just usually wasn't getting a lot of people. Versus if I aimed for Friday, it was a little bit better. Good on weekends for now. Busy season starts in 2 weeks and I'm not good on any time. That's fair. It's tough. It's so hard. I wish I could pick things that would be easier for you guys, but like, it's really tough because like you said, most cons just tend to do the Friday through Sunday shtick. And then time is super limited. And I probably wouldn't be streaming any con appearances either, unless the con was deciding to stream it. But that'd only be for like a stage event. Meet and greets aren't usually streamed. Online meet and greet is out of the question. I was actually just thinking that maybe the only solution would be for me to find a way to set up to do online meet and greets and just like book out a whole week so that we could just have a bunch of meet and greets together. I think in theory it could be possible. However, the caveats and like the things that would be difficult with it would be figuring out the platform to set up the schedule and like how to sell the tickets specifically. And then secondly, finding a moderator to control who comes in and out of the room. Because we did it via Zoom in Kawaii for like the Kawaii mandated meet and greets. And the way it worked was I would join the room with a manager, and then the manager would be the one like sifting through and would like tell me who was coming in and how long they could talk to me. And then they would also screen share like a countdown, so I knew how much time the person had left. But they would be the ones like letting them in and like letting them leave, or like telling them to leave. So management was kind of playing the mediator and was like making sure that they were like coming in and out in good time. So my thought is I could probably still do something like that with Zoom if I had somebody to moderate for it, which I guess would probably be either Hitomi, or I could see if there would be like another third party who could moderate it for me. And then the only other thing would be figuring out how to sell the tickets if I wanted to do something like this. But it would be completely self-run, and then I'd have to figure out like good dates and times to do it. Patreon shop? Oh, good point. I guess Patreon shop could be a good place. The thing is, I don't know if Patreon shop would allow for you to choose the times. I'd have to figure it out. Meet and greet Mamadachi. Well, the thing is, Hitomi's work schedule, she is off several days of like the main week. Ironically enough, she's one of the people that works weekends too. Like, she actually does like legitimately work on weekends. So funny enough, the easiest time to like organize meet and greets would be during like the normal work week, if she was going to be helping me. So downside of this would be that we would have no weekend times at all, probably, because I wouldn't have somebody to help moderate unless we only stuck to doing like late afternoon or evening times. But that would mean that we'd get days during the week, which is when you guys tend to be more free. I remember when Kawaii was selling the tickets, it was weirdly region locked. Region locked as in it wasn't letting you buy because you weren't in the US? Or I don't remember. I don't remember there being an issue like that. If there was, I might have not known about it. Which would make sense because I think I was technically like on break when we were advertising the sales of the tickets, and then when I came back, they were just like, you sold this many tickets, get ready for meet and greets. And I was like, okay. Because you're in the US, the links didn't work. Oh, I think I remember that. There had to be a weird workaround if I remember correctly. But yeah, they used like a Japanese service, which I think might have been why. I probably would not do that. I'd have to figure out if there's like another one that I could use. Wish I knew anything about Zoom or how they ran the waiting room or links. So there was like a dedicated room basically that would be set up for, like, in this example, let's just say Yuno Hanaki meet and greet. It was like a dedicated room that management would be in charge of controlling, and they would be controlling who's allowed in and who isn't. I'd be allowed in first so that I could set up, and then management would basically only be sending out the link when it was like around time for somebody's like meet and greet to start. And then they would only allow that person into the room when it was actually time to start their time. And then they would kind of go in order. And then, like I said, they would screen share a countdown clock so I would know how much time I had with that person. And then once the timer went off, it would be my job to kind of wrap up the conversation as naturally as I could. And then send you on your way for the next person. So in terms of the waiting room, you would just have to, like, wait. Like, you would get the link to the room, and then you would just have to wait until the person in charge of the room approved you coming in. And then you would just immediately join. You would see me on screen. We'd have our little chat, and then you'd be asked to leave once your time was up. Basically. The 10-second meet and greets from the Kickstarter. Got to say one whole word to one of the talents during mine. Well, I think the time was a little bit more unfair during the Kickstarter. I remember how it was for us. I don't know how different the back end was for management, though. I don't think it's that different. I think it's pretty easy. The question is if Hitomi knows how to use Zoom. I would probably have to talk to her about it. I would have to talk to her about it and get her opinion. But I don't think it would be too difficult, personally. Teams could work. I don't want to fucking use Teams. I would have to set up an account for that. Ew. I at least have an account set up for Yuno Hanaki for Zoom. Time to start a Discord and pull people in one by one? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. Because the problem with that is you guys would find out my username and you would probably try to start adding me. That's just too much of a risk. No. If you tried to add either me or Hitomi as friends, we would just be like, nope. Shutting this shit down. No, sir. Ew, Teams. Yeah, please not Teams. Meet and greet through carrier pigeon. I just send you guys letters. We just become pen pals. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm very paranoid about address leaks, I was thinking about opening up like a pen pal letter club tier on the Patreon to make up for the fact that I can't really do a lot of the other rewards. I was thinking about a letter tier, but I'm too paranoid about addresses, so no. Settle for Slack? No. Thrown to buy a P.O. box? No! P.O. boxes can still be quite risky. Daily Motion shorts. I'm gonna become the Daily Motion tuber. Monetizing on Daily Motion. Starcrossed? Hello. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? You said you were doing like some sort of creative work stream, right? I hope it went well. I hope you had a good time. Oops, did not capitalize that properly. Stylization. Thank you so much. It was good, got some good work done. Yippee! Productivity! 3D animation, hell yeah, dude. Awesome. Glad to hear it. We are yapping about self-managed meet and greet ideas. There was a story from another VTuber where a fan stalked the P.O. box and approached the person picking up the mail, but they had the foresight to use a proxy. Oh god. Oh Jesus, that sounds fucking horrifying! Yeah, no, I couldn't do it. Productivity, a word rarely said on the Yuno Hanaki channel unless we lock in. Hey! Rude. I say the word productivity often. I talk about being productive often. But yeah, no, I'd be too scared. PO boxes don't work unless you're getting one 10 hours away. Yeah, I think we talked about that in the girls' chat at one point, because somebody else was asking about IRL, like physical rewards that they could send people, and how it was basically impossible because of how you have to like tie it to your address, and it's just, it wouldn't work. It unfortunately would not work. So because I'm too paranoid about addresses and stuff, not gonna happen. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. And by figure it out, I mean we'll figure out a way to do meet and greets maybe at some point. I'll look into it. I'll discuss it with Hitomi, and maybe we can think of something. Some way to make it work for the people that wouldn't be able to make it to a convention. That said, I do still want to do conventions. Like, I still want to do, like, those proper meet and greets and stuff. Hate to raid and run, but we're gonna take it easy. Got a headache? No problem! Please get some rest. I hope you had a good stream. Rest well. Ease your headache. Everybody's got a headache today, man. There's, like, 3 other people, including me. Dude, it ain't fun. I know! I had to take medicine the minute I woke up from my nap because I had a headache. I was just like, ow. Headache epidemic going around. It's spreading, dude. Why do we just all have a collective headache today? There's something in the water. The community brain cell hoard. True. The one brain cell that everybody shares is hoarding. Pre-recorded meet and greet scripted voice pack complete with interrupting the participant and ushering them out. That's kind of funny. Meet and greet experience. It's just a whole Yuno Hanaki guests at a convention voice pack. So there's like the really awkward meet and greet. There's like the poor audio quality because you're standing like 10 rows back at a concert. There's like the oh my god, I'm trying to think of something else that could fit the theme. There's the what else is there? Yuno Hanaki hosts a panel, but it keeps lagging out because the con doesn't have good internet connection. That's kind of banger, I think. It's a psychic wave, the dimensional merge is happening. I believe it. With a very bad quality AI that says our name. Are you kidding? I would just record it. I refuse to use actual AI. Standing in line to a concert for 5 hours only for you to get cut off right at the door. No! But that would be kind of funny. What about a panel where there's a consistent buzzing because the AV setup is scuffed? Also doable, also doable. I sometimes wake up with a headache due to my pillow. I drink a can of double shot energy from Starbucks. It does the job of 2 to 3 aspirin. I mean, I think that just means that you had a caffeine headache. If it's cured by caffeine, I think you had the headache because you're lacking in caffeine. Gotta say every possible name. The microphone cuts off because it's broken. So true. Speaking of named things, I would always get Megan, but then scratch off the M. That's awesome. Gotta do what you gotta do. If you can't find stuff with your actual name, you gotta make it work. That's a caffeine withdrawal headache, which you are making worse. I was gonna say, I was just like, it sounds like it's related to caffeine. I think that's a caffeine headache. Oofies. Yeah, mine wasn't caffeine. I don't know what started it, though. I had a little bit of a headache after I finished my afternoon stream. And then I took my nap, and then I woke up from my nap and I still had it, and I was like, oh, that sucks. And then when I was getting up to, like, refill my water and stuff, I was just like, oh, it's getting worse. So then I had to take medicine and lay down until it activated. Which luckily it did, but then I felt nauseous because I didn't eat. before taking the medicine, and headache medicine on kind of empty stomach is not good and makes the big nausea. So then I had dinner and then I was fine. Me when my name isn't all that uncommon but is never on the name items. I feel you. I get it. Yuno is also quite uncommon to find on named items. If I do manage to find it, it's spelled wrong. And I'm just like, why? Yuno with 2 O's instead of a U and things like that. Temperature change causes humidity change, dries you out, dehydration trigger. Oh, do you think it's because I was dehydrated? I don't think that's the case, though. I was drinking plenty of water. Huh. Maybe I got more dehydrated when I was napping, though. Definitely the pillow. If I don't keep refluffing it, it can hit the pressure points on my skull in my sleep to trigger a headache. I think you need a new pillow, then. Because that sounds very abnormal. That's why I have a headache, man. We're all just like, man. Anyways. Communal man. Yeah, communal man indeed. You guys gotta use the mans for the YouTube chat, though, because they can't use them anymore. Existence headache can sneak up on you, too. That's also true. I do think it might have partially been an existence headache. I've been kind of staving off burnout. As much fun as I've been having with all of the dating sim streams, I've been doing a lot of double streams in a row, and I think that's starting to make me burn out a little. I'm still having fun, and I'm still planning to stick with the schedule, but I'm, like, noticing the burnout symptoms. So I'm just like, I'm gonna have to take it easy next week. But I think you guys knew that already. I think you guys could probably guess. So, you know, it's fine. Hopefully the break from VNs helps. You mean today's stream? Yes, it does help considerably. Like, I've been yapping a lot and I feel good. What? What? She's burnt out? Crazy. It's good to take notice, but yeah, you put in a ton of hours this week and the lead up. Yes, sir. I do be streaming. But since it's my primary source of income right now until I get these gigs sorted, I'm trying to, you know, do the best I can. And your girl needs money for rent, so I'm just like, please. I have to stream as much as I can so that I can try and make money for rent. Please. You know what fixes double stream burnout? Triple streams. Never again! Triple streaming, when I did it in Kawaii, fucking sucked. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was hard. The Another Crab's Treasure into OniMon into Bunny Garden was so hard. I'ma manage me a corpo. Don't do that. Your girls are going to rebel against you and they're going to mass graduate. Quintuple streaming? What do you mean quintuple streaming? 2 different streams running at the same time? I don't even think that's possible through OBS. I think you can technically have multiple instances of OBS open, but I don't think you can stream to 2 rooms at once like that. I don't think. Most platforms wouldn't let you. Quintuplet. We just talked about quintuplet. Stop. I'm not streaming 5 times. OBS and OBS Streamlabs. Ew. Ew. Get a second PC just to double stream. I go BRB on this stream, and then I come back from BRB on the other stream. And then I go BRB on that stream, and I come back to this one. 2 games with 1 controller. I could technically set that up, probably. Stream on Twitch, BRB, Twitch, stream on YouTube, BRB, YouTube, back to Twitch. Technically, I guess technically doable. But that would be a massive strain. Quintuplet stream with different models once all the Yunos are made. 5 different vibes because of the 5 different models. And they're all just doing a completely different stream. That's crazy. 2 monitors for 2 streams. You walk your model from one to the other. I don't think it would actually work like that, but that would look kind of funny. You've mastered NPC speak so early during those times? Yes. My mastery of NPC speak will allow it to be perfection. You know, doing all 3 girl routes at Bunny Garden on a triple stream, into OniMon, into ASMR, local Oni listens to neighbors hammer wall and has a mental breakdown. No, not like this. Luckily, they haven't been hammering the wall as much recently. I mean, knock on wood that they don't start up again. But luckily, they've been a little bit more behaved recently. If anything, I might become the problem. I have to be more careful about practicing singing late at night. I don't want to be the nuisance neighbor. You forgot the NPC Zatsu? Do you guys want an actual Zatsu of me just using the NPC ChatGPT-esque voice the whole time? I know we've talked about the, Yuno, like, robot girl voice pack. Which is a completely different tone from the AI one, by the way. What's funny is it's just all the same people watching all 5 streams at the same time. Yeah, that's the real problem. What if I say yes and don't show up? I'd be very sad. I'd be putting in a lot of work to prepare for that stream, and then if nobody showed up, I'd be very sad, and I'd probably never do a roleplay stream again. Sounds fun for about all of 2 minutes. True. That one's probably also better suited to a voice pack. You raise a good point. Chat has the opportunity to do the meanest thing. Okay, if you actually do that to me, that would be mean enough for me to actually contemplate the G word. I'm not gonna lie. If you did that to me, I would actually contemplate the G word. Did what? Say that you would be interested in a particular RP stream and then nobody showed up. If that happened to me, I would deadass, like, either go on an indefinite hiatus or I would graduate the next day. G-word, congratulate chat for such a good rigmarole. Uh-huh, sure. Your congratulations would be me leaving forever. I would live and I would take Orpal with me. Goodbye. The people didn't deserve her. Is there a reverse scenario of this? We say we hate it, then show up? Is that what the Discord kitten RP would have been? If we actually went through with that? That's another one you guys really don't want because you would die of cringe. From what you have said to me, anyway. You're just like, no, we wouldn't watch that. Die of cringe. Oh no, I'd hate it. Yeah, I'm sure. Difference in teasing and meanness, unless the RP is nothing isolated like Higini. Perhaps. Please, no, anything but cringe. No, no, no. We couldn't reverse psychology her? Nope. Nope. I'm too smart. No, princess, please. Princess, please don't do it. Kitten, no. Anyways. Don't worry, I probably wouldn't choose to do a roleplay stream that's, like, that cringe. I want it to still be enjoyable, even if it's, like, a silly premise. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I did actually kind of enjoy the Yandere roleplay stream that I did. I liked that one quite a bit. It would be nice to do something a little bit more in like a serious vein like that again. If you did, I'll still try to show up for Oni. Forehead can opener RP sounds legit. Forehead can opener. I would rather not do that. I don't think I want to use my head as a can opener. That sounds like it would hurt. Also, just because my forehead is bald doesn't mean it's sharp. There's a difference between bald and sharp. It might not actually be good for cutting. I think that implied that we're using your horns to open the can. My horns are not on my forehead. My horns are on the top of my head. Where my scalp is. No. POV tic-tac-toe board from pre-debut. Oh god. It's just a quiet stream where the only sound is me taking a second and like drawing on my forehead with either the X or O. I randomly pull someone from chat, I put your name on screen, and then I just quietly choose a spot on the board, and then I wait for you to tell me where your mark goes, and then I draw it. And it just keeps going until one of us wins or loses. Crazy. You're looking pretty enough to give a can the edge. Thanks? I think? Didn't you do that with Kaya? Yes. And then there were other people who were replying with their own marks on the tic-tac-toe board. I did it with several people during pre-debut period. Kaya started it though. She was the one who drew the board. Not my proudest clip, but that was fun to do. What do you mean not your proudest? It was pretty good. I thought it was funny. You actually took the idea out of me and Hitomi's head. We were planning to make a pre-debut short about the forehead memes. But then I saw that you posted it and I was like, oh, I guess someone already did it. And I linked it to Hitomi and she was like, damn it, we weren't fast enough. I think you did a good job. It was fun, a more jovial and merry time. Meh. I mean, you're allowed to feel meh about it if you want, but I think it was good. Give me a quick second. I have not gone to the little Oni room all stream, and I should go. I will be right back. I also need to refill my water a little bit. I don't know if I'm gonna be yapping for much longer, but I guess just in case I need to do a little refresh. I'll be right back. I was about to mute the BGM and not my mic. That would have been funny. All the year mitts. Hello, I'm back. Oh, it's because everybody was redeeming hydrates. I see. 3 hydrates, that's crazy. 3 of them? You're trying to drown me. Yeah, hi back. Hello. This is getting ridiculous. Now there's 3 of them. 3 hydrates. Chug! I filled my Stanley! Do you know how hard it is to chug from a Stanley? I'd die. I'd inflate like a water balloon, brother. Do Onis swim in water or do they sink? I can swim. I don't know if Lynn can swim. Kaya cannot swim. Shotgun it? No! I would die! Again, I'd become a water balloon. No! Don't do that to me! She's a pirate that can't swim? Yes. I think she said during her debut that, like, you don't have to be able to swim to be a pirate. Because she brought up how Luffy technically can't swim because his body is made out of rubber. And he's, like, weak to water or whatever, but is still a pirate. So that's basically her reasoning. Me imagining you piercing a hole through the side of a Stanley. The only way I'd be able to do it would be with my horn, probably. She's just like Luffy, copium. That's what she said. I still can't believe she's a Dragonite. She's not literally a Dragonite. Dragonite just happens to be her favorite Pokemon. But she's not literally a Dragonite. All Devil Fruit users cannot swim. Okay, damn. Sorry. I don't know a fucking thing about One Piece. Okay, sorry. I didn't know I had a bunch of fucking nerds in chat. Okay, sorry. Takes one to know one, I guess. This just isn't my particular nerddom. Dragonite before the egg type beat? I guess so. Casuals. Actually in real time. Yeah, you guys actually'd me. And I'm just like, okay, damn. Fine, sorry, I misspoke. It means basically the same thing, but go off, I guess. I'm just Dama-splaining. Yeah, you're literally Dama-splaining right now. You heard of Yuno-splaining. Have you heard of Dama-splaining? Streamer, streamer. I was just remembering how Kaya said it. She brought up that Luffy's body was made out of rubber and that he couldn't swim. So she was comparing herself to Luffy. Actually, Dama-splaining is when you... Yeah? When you what? When you what? Huh? Finish the sentence, huh? Finish the sentence, huh? What do you mean, huh? Well, yeah, anyway. To answer the question, I can swim. I can't swim well, but I can swim. Like, I could survive in water. I would not drown. She can float. Yes, I can float. I can float on my back. I can float on my tummy. I can like front stroke. Breaststroke. I am capable of the backstroke. I'm not very good at it. I can't do any of the fancy ones. But I can swim. I will survive in a body of water. She can occupy space above water rather than below it. Yes. I can't open my eyes underwater, though. I'd have to wear goggles. In that respect, I am weak. I can swim, jumps in pool, forgets about Geta. Geta aren't necessarily heavy. They're tall, but they're not heavy. If I ended up in the water, honestly, my feet would probably just slip out of them. And since they are usually made out of wood, they would float up. I can float because I ate a whole bowl of pool noodles once. That sounds about right for you, honestly. It took a long time to learn how the backstroke to barely pass the swimming portion of boot camp. Oh, you had to do a swimming portion? Damn. Like, I know how to do the backstroke, but the problem is just figuring out where I'm going. Like, I feel like I just wouldn't know where I'm going if I was doing it. Would I be able to find my way to the edge of the pool or, like, back to shore if it was, like, open water? Probably not. But I would at least be able to swim in a direction. Use the Oni as a flotation device during emergencies. I don't know if I'd be a very good flotation device. I'd probably be too focused on trying to make sure I could survive the emergency. Don't turn me into your flotation device. Bunos would stop. We all float down here. Puts away tire pump, tire pump. I don't like this. Yuno seems more like a hazard around the flotation devices with those horns. This is also true. Why do you think I learned how to basic survive being in water? It's because I know that if someone tries to toss it at my head, it will probably pop. Hmm. Didn't think about the horns. Instead of a flotation device, she could be used as a harpoon. True. You throw me and I skid across the ocean. Sploosh, sploosh, sploosh. Just cover yourself in oil? I don't think I will. I don't think I will be doing that. It's Oidon, not Oil Run. Yes, but also the idea of a woman covered in oil appeals to a certain subsect that I am not looking to appeal to. So no thank you. No thank you, though. USA, I think Yuno needs some freedom. Do not do that to me. I do not require that kind of freedom. Yuno can be a weapon of war because triangle-shaped Oni horn wounds are impossible to stitch up, just like the Founding Fathers intended. I guess so. The idea of being lifted and tossed around is a little bit scary, though. As long as people would actually retrieve me, I guess it could be worse. And you would have to make sure to polish and sharpen my horns every night in between battles. You must take good care of your weapon, after all. Freedom or freedom? Ba-bump-ch. Crazy. Never been said before, probably. Puntable, no. Shootable, yes. New Yuno variant just dropped. Instead of puntable, it's shootable. Olympic javelin throw, but Yuno. Javeluno. Yuno's just like, yay! Amazing original jokes only here on the Yuno Hanaki channel. So true. This is the kind of humor you can't get anywhere else. Nobody else is capable of this but me. Obviously. Never been done before. Make sure your bayonet lug is Yuno compatible. Make sure that your weapon is outfitted with the proper adornments, and also that she has snacks and a book to read in the downtime. And then she'll probably be fine. Give her an ultimate game if you're feeling fancy. Yuno is naturally designed for the ring toss? Isn't it more of a horseshoe? My horns are not a complete ring. Wouldn't it be more of like a horseshoe? If you're going to put me in one of those games? The USA heard there was oil in Onigashima. They walk into an Oni suntanning on the beach. Not that kind of oil. Ba-bum. No, we toss it on the horns. You just sit there and be pretty. No, sweetheart. Just sit there and look pretty. That's fair. Once again, if you give me a book to read or an otome game and you have me put headphones on so I can lock in on the voice acting, I will not care what you do. You could play ring toss on my horns and I probably wouldn't notice. Between a cheap, flimsy plastic ring, you would rather the pure metal horseshoe? Yes. Horseshoes are cool. Tan Oni art, good memory. True. Once again, very good taste. You guys have very good taste when it comes to commissioning artwork of me, and I'm always very grateful for it. Oh yeah, El Yuno Pasa, that Uma Musume with a horseshoe stuck on her head. I guess that's me. You're there, princess. Ignore the oil and play your otome game. I hate that. Yunoil the oil knee? Don't like that either. Yunoil sucks. It sounds like a disease. Like the name of like a weird bump you found on your body when you woke up one morning. How did that get there? You don't know. Not sure how it'll work since where I'm from we use beanbags instead of horseshoes or rings. That's called cornhole. I like cornhole, it's fun. But you wouldn't be able to play cornhole with me. I guess unless you counted it, like if you managed to throw the beanbag through the space in between my horns, like if I took my tiara off, and so you only had the space between my horns, maybe you could do an equivalent to the cornhole toss if you were trying to aim for the space in between. You've got new Unoil, it's terminal. No, not the Unoil. Throw the corn in Oni mouth hole. That can also work. I do love corn. I'll eat it up. I love corn. Nom nom nom. Ooh, one of my commissions for 2.0 is finished. I get to mark that off my checklist. Yay. Something else is done. Let's freaking go. The whole, like, bottom section is done now. I just have a couple things left. Leak? Do you want leak? I have something I could probably leak from this, honestly. Picturing Yuno with a ringer around the right horn and like 20 anger marks with the off screen. Best paying customer. Yeah, ringer! One more horn! No, hold my sake. True. Okay. Let me secure the goods. And I'll show you a crumb. This needs to go into the folder. Oh wait, no, it's saving as WebP. No! Not WebP. The worst file format. No. It's Jover. Oh no. Hold on, maybe if I try to brute force it. Okay, I can brute force it. We're so back. Why did the web pee? I know, right? Evil. Evil, evil file format. Ew. I have to save it as a pinge. Okay. I can show you something. You will get a little something. You'll get a crumb, okay? You get a crumb, okay? You get a crumb. Yay, bread. Yay, bread. Just for you. You're gonna like this, I think.
An offering. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Let go my ego. Thank you for the $4.20 tip. Slapping this SC on that leak like it's flex tape. Thanks. Thanks, man. Okay. Mate. Ooh, wrong thing. Down here. Oh no, where is it? Hold on. Hold on. I'll need another second, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to find the thing. So bad. Like, sometimes when I'm trying to get the cropped screenshots that I take, it never, like, actually shows me the preview that I need in order to get it, and it pisses me off. No! Okay, it's this one. Wrong thing. God dang it. All of this for a crumb. You better enjoy this crumb. It's probably, arguably, one of the bigger crumbs I'm going to be showing you, in terms of stuff related to 2.0, so I hope you like this. But it's not actually related to the 2.0 design. It's related to a different asset, I guess is all I'll say. That makes it kind of obvious, actually, but whatever. I don't care. It's late enough at night. You guys are probably going to forget when you go to bed. Which one did I just put it in? There we go. Should be this. Didn't. Ta-da! Do you like this? She knows us too well. Us. You! You're there! There you are, Gary! There you are! Where's Orange? Not here. Orange is, probably frolicking around outside. Orange is still very young and flighty, to be honest, so it's kind of hard to get him to stay still for a picture. He's probably flitting about somewhere outside. Council will decide your fate. That's them. That's the little guys. Orange got jailed for war crimes? No! I aided Orange. Don't eat Orange. This is a little baby. Anyway. There's your crumb. You're welcome. Worth it to be gaslit later? Are you sure you didn't dream that? Exactly. You're gonna forget about it because I'm showing it to you so late at night. You're just gonna be like, what? We saw something? You leaked this to us? And I'll be like, yeah. And you'll be like, what? That's crazy. I don't remember this. And I'll be like, yeah, of course you don't. Okay. But yeah, that's another thing off my list. I have a couple things that I'm still waiting for now. But I don't know when to expect them. Well, I know when to expect one of them, because one still has a deadline that I think will be met. As far as I know. I haven't been told otherwise. So that one will probably be finished by the deadline, which is Wednesday. And then everything else is done except for 2 other kind of pivotal things. The optional project, well, optional but also not optional, is also in progress. It should have more progress made Wednesday or Thursday. And then the only thing that I'm completely unsure about is the rigging. It be like that. So unfortunately, I know I said at one point that I was going to try and have a debut trailer up for the first, so that way I could hype up properly, but probably not going to happen for the first. Ideally, I'm going to see if we can get a trailer together whenever I get the rig, though. Wait, whip received, leaks within 15 seconds. I know who the villain really is. Removes Yuno mask. Kaya Melon! Then you wake up. No. Also, I already had the final files, technically. It's just that it's, like, confirmed to be finished now. I didn't save them until we confirmed that it was all good. But these were technically finished a day or 2 ago. So it's not that new. This is like the final version, however. And I showed you a snippet from it. You can kind of guess what it's for, but I don't want you to say what it's for, okay? Okay. We're going to at least pretend that we don't know. But yeah, I guess at this point all I need is the rigging. The rigging is the most crucial thing. But everything else is basically done now, which is nice. No, what? Exactly. Exactly. Real smooth. But I'm so happy that this stuff is done. I'm really just like waiting on a couple more things now. It still feels so real. So very real. Me who doesn't know? Yes, let's pretend. I like how all of you are like, I don't actually know. The commitment to the bit. Very good. But yeah. That's exciting. I'm gonna have to finish some stuff up related to that. But everything else is good. Which makes me happy. If only I knew when to expect the rigging. That feels like arguably one of the most crucial parts. Well, because it is. I just wish I knew more about what was going on with it, but it's fine. I will just be patient. I've learned my lesson from asking. I'm just gonna wait. Whenever I am blessed with an update, I'll be happy. Whenever I get the final file, I'll be happy. I'm just gonna throw my hands up and wait. Like, Jesus, take the wheel on that. It's Owaru. But yeah, I'll have to do some stuff related to that a little bit later. Which is fine. What the? YouTube! Oh, that's weird. Can't get bad news if you don't ask. Real. Thanks for putting my hands in that sentence. Yeah. Anyway, I just got a random email from YouTube telling me that one of my really old vertical karaoke streams got blocked. I wonder which one. What got blocked? This video can't be seen in some territories due to one or more claims. Oh. I guess something randomly got blocked in Russia. This is such an old karaoke stream! Why am I getting an email about it now? Which song? Which song do the Russians not want to hear? Dried flower? Okay, wait. But first of all, why is it claiming the dried flower Chinese version? I didn't sing it in Chinese. I fucking love YouTube. What the fuck is this? Okay. Dried flower Chinese version. Yes, obviously. Yes. Oh my god. Our multilingual Oni. Every other claim on this stream does not have... it does not restrict the video, which is crazy. You didn't sing it in Chinese, but you could have, which is a threat, apparently. That's so funny. People make false claims on YouTube all the time. I don't know if it's a false... The claimant is Sony Music Entertainment Japan, though.
Like, that's not a false claim. The only thing that's false about it is the fact that it's the Chinese version, because I didn't sing the Chinese version. I did sing it in Japanese. So technically, they are in their rights to claim the song. I just don't understand why it's registering as the Chinese version. And again, this stream is from, like, forever ago, so I don't understand why it's just now getting hit with a block. That's so funny. Actually, when was this? May 7th, 2024. Dude. What the hecky? Oh, that's so funny. just randomly, like, this video is blocked. It can't be seen. I don't think I literally have any viewers in Russia, so I'm not worried about that. But that's just a very funny claim to get. The guy who had to do it probably searched YouTube for the song and took the link for the Chinese one without checking. Oh, probably. Lost some social credit points since the move to Twitch. It'd be like that. I will continue to lose more. My social points will probably be in the negatives. It'd be like that. But I just think it's very funny. It's just very funny because I have 2 unit mates that can speak Chinese, but I'm the one that gets flagged for the Chinese version of a song. Even though I don't speak a lick of Chinese. Ay, ay, ay. There's just something so funny about that. At this point, let's farm YouTube for content. You're so real. We should just make fun of YouTube a bunch. We should bully them. So silly. You should tell Kaya. I might post about it on the sub account just because I think it's funny. Me being a VTuber fan, listening to day after day YouTube viewer meme on my purple platform. This week on What's Up With That YouTube? And everyone agreed with me after they do dumb stuff like they did to Yuno. You're the patty in this Chinese burger, that's why you're getting cooked. I don't know why that description's so funny. Ay, ay, ay. This sure is turning into a stream. The stream ever, also. Yunorio? Not the Yunorio. Maybe not. Maybe not that one. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, it's almost 1:30 a.m. I've been up for a while. Well, I mean, obviously I've been up for a while, but it's more like I've been streaming for a while. I didn't realize what time it was. I thought it was at least midnight, but now I'm just like, huh? Making it impromptu 24 hours? No! I can't! All-nighter, here we go? No, I can't. I shan't. Guys, I have stuff to do. Remember how I said I have to take, like, a test for this gig in order for me to start making side income? Oh god, I do have to keep streaming now, though, because I just got raided. Hiyori! Hi, Hiyori! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Hi! Welcome in, I hope you had a good stream. I don't know what you were streaming today, but I hope you had a good one. You caught me right when I was considering ending, and now I have to stay because you raided, so... Hi. Hello.
Welcome in. Hello.
Sorry I've trapped you here. You trapped me here for a little bit longer, yes. But it's okay. I was debating ending, but I didn't particularly want to end, so honestly, this is probably for the better.
But yes, welcome in, Kawuz. Hello. Hope you had fun. Hope you had a good stream.
Kawuz coming in clutch. They're just like... We have her now. Held hostage. Time sure flies when time passes by. Real.
Chronomas, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in.
You've increased our Oni time. Guys, you've had over 5 hours of Oni time. Why are you acting like you need more? You act like I deprive you. I mean, I guess technically I have been, because most of the streams we've been doing the past several days have been otome related. But 6 hours doesn't hurt, please. You know, Hanaki betrayed and chained in the Twitch room for 1,000 years. True. I am being held hostage. Kind of indefinitely. Some viewers are needy. I am learning a lot of things about that right now. We're like dogs who even when fed act like we're starving. It's just our nature.
No, I don't hate you. I don't hate you at all. Speaking of jail time left, I did actually just calculate this a day or two ago. It's gonna be different now because I've streamed since then. As of the 27th, it was at 498 hours. So we just got under 500 hours of my time debt. Yay! Yay! So cool! Yay! Awesome! Yay! Can you tell that I'm dying inside? It took me this long to get down to below 500. I'm here forever, literally. Help me. Help me. That's 3 weeks straight. Nice. I'm not doing 3 weeks straight. I don't want to perish. Point. Don't point and laugh at me. Streamer, the Unonium food bowl is empty. Streamer, you're not streaming enough. Good thing you capped that because it would have kept going. I was just thinking about this the other day. I was like, if I truly made it an uncapped donathon, this would still count as a donathon. The wheel would still be spinning. People would still be donating specifically to make the timer go up, go boom. I wouldn't even know what the time would be at if I was still treating this like an actual, like, uncapped donathon. I think I'd literally be held hostage. Imagine this is a hand pointing. No! You know, the donathon streamer? I'm literally here forever. Ludwig and Iron Mouse need to get out of the way. I'm gonna take the record for actual endurance stream winner victory ever. Streamer, I can see a small part of the bottom of my bowl. It's empty. Streamer. Streamer, you haven't streamed enough. You know, I fear you are way too fun to tease. Thank you. If it keeps you watching, if it means that the people are entertained, I will put on the clown nose if I must. I hope you can still have fun even when you are not bullying me. But if the bullying encourages you to stay, I suppose I can't really complain about it too much. Streamer, I need more dino nuggies. I can give you regular nuggies. I don't have dino nuggies. Heavy is the head that wears the clown wig. Oh my god. Why is that so funny? Sick and twisted. Sick and also twisted. Why do you not play my favorite games, VTuber? VTuber! Why aren't you playing an FPS game? VTuber, why aren't you playing Marvel Rivals? Is Marvel Rivals even a thing? I don't know. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I'm like deep in the indie trenches.
I'm deep in the indie game trenches. I don't know what games are, like, actually trending anymore. VTuber, why aren't you at our beck and call? Streamer! Streamer, why aren't you playing what I want you to play right now? Streamer, where's Minecraft? I can gives you checks pocket. Lint. That's fine, I love lint. VTuber, Silent Hill. Where is Silk Song? No, bully's still fun. The bully only has value if it's not all the time. This is true. Proper balance. Streamer, play this game the way I want you to. Streamer, install this game right now and then play it the exact way that I want. Beat for beat. You cannot press a single button until I tell you to press the button. Okay? Okay. Streamer, why did you press A already? I didn't tell you to press A! Pocket lint sounds very cute. Aw. Yeah, little Lynn. Popping out of your pocket to say hi. That's so cute. I would have a little lid in my pocket. Unfortunately, I don't have pockets in my outfit. But if I did, I would have a lid in there. No, streamer, install the game and play it poorly so I can explain how to play it. No! Pops out to say hi and pwee. Pwee! Pwee! We're never going to let her live that down, are we? It's still so cute. Pocket. The chat engagement will get an algo boost. Bold of you to think that YouTube is even going to let me be on the algorithm now that I'm no longer a partner. Never, it's so cute. It really is. She's the most precious. I love her so much. VTuber noises. Just like how mine is ue ue, I have a feeling that Lynn's is going to become pwee. It's so cute. Streamer, what are those graphic settings that screws up the iframes? Streamer, why is your graphic card from March? Upgrade it. Not from March. Oh god. I mean, I wish that my graphics card was from March. I would probably have so many less problems. Alas. Was it? Wait, was it? That's the perfect combination. But then everything else would be bottlenecking the GPU. True. I was kind and didn't bring up March 2018. It's not that old! This computer is from late 2020. I had to think. It's not that old. It's a little old, but it's not that old. I'm nearing the point where it's going to be a fossil. But this is the life I have to live, for I do not have the means to upgrade PC. Big thonk. Yeah, sorry, I had to think. I was like, when did I get this? 5 years, dang, basically a mummy. It's like, it's approaching old age. No, for sure. But like, it can still handle most games. It's just the ones that have come out with, that are like purposefully like super high graphic, like high fidelity, like needs a lot of graphics power. Those ones I can't play very well. If your PC is a fossil, then what's my old ass PC? Oil. Me with a plus 10-year laptop. Oh god, not the laptop. You're lucky you were able to make yours last more than 10 years. When I was using laptops, I had to switch it out every like 4. The last laptop I had, I kept for like 4.5, maybe 5 years. Actually, I think I kept it a bit longer. I did switch to a PC after my last laptop was kind of on its last legs, though. I was basically running it like a PC because everything on it died. The keyboard was barely responsive, so I had to plug in a USB keyboard. The trackpad was not working, so I had to plug in a USB mouse. It was truly like dying. It could barely hold a charge, so I had to constantly use it on the charger. So yeah, that thing was like dead. I was basically just using it as a PC, but like with less power. Wow, lots of you guys don't have PCs actually. Interesting. I don't like what the streamer is saying. She's basically talking about me. That is truly the dying wish of a laptop. Yeah, Masato has seen better days. He's very dead now. I tried to turn him on once a little while ago because I wanted to have something to do while I was waiting for maintenance to do some work in the box. And I forgot that I needed all of that extra stuff in order to actually make him work. So I was like just not having a good time using it. Imagine having the opposite issue, buying a new PC to play a 20-plus-year-old MMORPG. I mean, hey, if it runs like butter on the new PC, then it's worth it. I'm surprised. My first Dell laptop was dying by year 4. This one's been running for almost 8 with nothing but a monitor and battery change. Wow. Maybe you're just taking really good care of it now compared to before. I use both, but we'll definitely have to replace the desktop soon, and the laptop's battery is dead, so I need to keep it plugged in. Yeah, I've been there. For me, the thing that always dies first on my laptops was the trackpad, which I really don't know why it would do that. It was always trackpad first, then keys on the keyboard would start dying. And that was usually the sign that I needed to give it up. But the one that I was using the longest was the one that I had for all of college. Like, I literally got it for Christmas, my first year, and then I had it for all of the time that I was in school. After that. And then I think I had it for an additional year after school? Yeah. And then I switched to a PC, and I haven't had to switch since then. Which I'm very happy about. That's like the main thing. I didn't want to keep having to switch to laptops. The main reason I had a laptop was because I commuted, well, I had to move because I went to college in a different area of Onigashima, so I always had to travel back and forth. And I thought it would be too hard to travel with a PC. So I like switched to using a laptop primarily. And then the laptop I could also take to classes, although it was very clunky. Everyone else had like the very sleek, like, MacBooks that they would use in class, and then I had my big clunky laptop. My thick gamer laptop. So I kind of stuck out like a sore thumb with my big old boy. But it lasted me pretty well though, for getting through school, which was nice. Kind of thinking about buying a weaker GPU and GPU enclosure to sell off my PC and actually utilize my laptop. I mean, hey, if it's more convenient, then you should. On laptop 3 since 2007. First got a drive error. 2 is alive in the way a Ford Pinto is. This one is 3. 2007? That's crazy. 20 years? I think you need a new laptop, bud. I think you're definitely at a point where you should consider upgrading. I'll get a PC when I permanently settle down. I don't trust movers around here. That's very valid. That was another big reason why I didn't want to commute around with my PC. Since I was traveling a lot for school, I was just like, I don't want to have to worry about my PC stuff breaking. I also was never sure if I was going to have enough space, like in the apartment that I would move into temporarily for school, for a PC. It was just a lot easier to set up stuff for my laptop. Even when it got to the point where my laptop needed to have the, like, USB keyboard and the USB mouse, I would just have it set up like an impromptu computer setup in my room. No, 3 laptops in the last 18 years. This one is like 2 to 3 years old. Oh, okay. thought you meant that you've been using your third laptop since 2007, and I was like, what? That's crazy. Nearly 20 years, dude. Get a new one. I want a laptop because I want to touch grass more, and I want to have a laptop so that I can have an excuse to go like hang out at a cafe and do work. But I don't really know what kind of laptop to get. I don't really need it to do much because most of my work is like writing related. So I really don't need it to be that fancy. But I want something that I can use so that I can also like use it in like in bed too, like with a little bed tray. I want something very simple. Like I don't really need it to be too fancy. I was also thinking about getting like a fancier iPad instead of the laptop in case that would be smarter, but I'm not really sure about that. VideoBook? I've never heard of that. Portability is nice, but you feel the limitations once you're used to a regular PC. Oh, for sure. But like I said, I don't really need it to be fancy. Chromebook? I hear good things about Chromebook. Usually. There's also Microsoft no longer updating Windows 10 soon unless you pay for a year's worth. I'm planning on Linux for my next desktop. Fair. Never get a Chromebook. Or if you're daring MacBook Air. VideoBook. These seem kind of affordable. Oh, that's a Zen book. Never mind. VideoBook. VideoBooks are cheapo student laptops. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That would explain why it would be useful for, like, writing. If most people are using it to, like, write their school essays on or whatever. Workaround for Windows 10 if you switch your region to an EU country. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've heard about the Microsoft no longer updating Windows 10. I'm kind of just like, whatever. I will go until my PC is just like, no more, please. And perishes. As a former employee of Asus, I will say the horror stories of our customer service are true, so don't break it. Oh dear. Okay. I mean, I would take good care of it, probably. Although I don't have very good luck with laptops. I know MacBook Air is kind of expensive, but that's why, like, when I was thinking about this, I was like, I guess a lot of the stuff that I would want to use the laptop for, I could also technically use like a fancier iPad for, and the iPad would also allow for like the touch screen and like the pen and stuff. Apple pens are kind of expensive though. I guess I would just get like a knockoff stylus. If it would work. Using my genie's wish to force Windows 98 on all computers now and forever. That's a crazy wish. But kind of awesome. Dangerously based. iPad minis could be nice? Maybe. Pretty affordable. I will use Wish 2 to upgrade to XP. I like the idea that you get 3 wishes and you're sharing it between all of you. Something about that is just kind of funny. Kids being born these days are gonna start thinking 98 comes after 11. Well, it's fine.
Oh, Saturno, thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. I miss XP. Fair. I also miss XP a little bit. Bow, 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 bow.
I wish they would remove Copilot and give me Minesweeper and Solitaire back. Real! I agree with this. Why are you so good at finishing sentences when I forget a word in there? Because I can usually make a logical guess when people forget words. Not always, but sometimes when I see a sentence, I can guess. I can guess what's being said. My brain will just automatically edit it to help you. It's the editor brain in me. This is honestly a pretty good deal for an older iPad. Tempted. Maybe you would need more storage, though. I don't know. I shouldn't be looking at these. Show us? No. I'll tell you, though. The price was $349.99 for, like, a Apple iPad 11-inch. But that's for an 11th gen. And it's only 128 gigs. I would probably want one, like, a little bit bigger. I think I'd want a little bit more data on it, so that would make it a bit more expensive, but not a terrible price. Terrible deal? True. I just think, like, comparatively, because some of these other prices are also quite high. It's listed at the Apple Store for $500, but that's specifically for a mini. Restored Apple iPad Mini 3. That's on Newegg. Meh. My iPad Pro is 11-inch first gen, showing its age by not supporting Final Cut Pro. Oh dear. Yeah, they get older. Fancy M chips, blick. Yucky. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just something I've thought about getting. Especially because my iPad is broken. Like, it probably has just enough, like, strength in it to let me touch all of my gacha games and, like, get my transfer codes. Since mine is broken because Onimama broke it forever ago, I was, like, thinking about getting a new one, but then, like, making sure it was fancy enough that I could do a lot of, like, work and stuff on it. Because it's either that or I get a laptop, but I'm not sure. M chips are good for productivity, but to know about diving that deep into the ecosystem of Apple. I mean, the problem is I'm very much a Apple user, unfortunately. don't want to be in a lot of ways because it's just getting so expensive and like price gougey, ouchie, owie. But I've been using primarily iPhones for like all of my adolescence into adulthood. So I'm at a point now where I'm just like, I'm already here. I know in theory it wouldn't take that much effort to switch because I've like held other people's like phones from like other places, other providers, and I've been able to like navigate it just fine, but I am pretty entrenched in Apple, so I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know why I would switch. It's getting out of the ecosystem that's hard. Yeah, especially because like even looking at it from the perspective of being a VTuber, iPhones still have the best like face tracking. So like since I already have like the iPhones and stuff, it just kind of makes sense to have the other devices. The only reason I got an iPad was because OniMon got one, and then it ended up being a good deal when we went to the store to get hers because they offered like a discount on the second one, and then the second one was for me. So I got the second one. We matched. It was just like a kind of basic one. It was like a 5th gen iPad, I think. And it served me pretty well for my gacha games at the time. But like I said, the whole reason I stopped playing a lot of my gacha games is because Onimama broke her iPad into oblivion with the way that she used and abused it. So she wanted to take mine, and I told her not to break it. And then the first thing she did was take the case off because she found it annoying. What happens 2 days after she takes the case off? It breaks. Well, specifically, she drops it on the floor, screen down. And then when she tries to find it, she moved her wheelchair and she rolled over it. So it cracked the screen quite a bit. It wasn't like mega broken. It was still usable, but it was a big old crack. I told her. I was very strict. I really didn't want to give it to her because I knew that this was going to happen. And then it did. And I was just like, man. So I got my iPad back when I retrieved all of her stuff after she passed. But I haven't opened it up because it's like very broken and I'm scared that I won't be able to like touch much. I won't be able to like touch and use it to get what I need, but I need my transfer codes for a lot of my games. I say a lot, but there's only like 4 games that I would transfer. My JP games, my apps, I need those. If I got a new iPad, it would probably be primarily used for my JP App Store games and then like work stuff. That would be about it. Maybe someday. It's very much a luxury purchase, so I'm not really, like, pushing for it. It's between that or a laptop. Honestly, I think, like, the laptop is probably the smarter choice. Which 4 games, by the way? Idler 7, Idolmaster, Million Live Theater Days, Ensemble Stars, the original, not the rhythm game. I don't remember if I still have it on my iPad, but there was a dress-up game. I think it was called Alice Closet. Aina Tanemura did the art for it and like all the character designs, and I really liked that game. I liked it better in JP. I saw that it got localized into English by some random company, but the version of it that came out on the English App Store is like littered with ads and like weird filler mini games that I do not remember from the original game. And I don't know if it just turned into that on the JP side or what. I was kind of curious. I wanted to check on it in JP and see if it turned into that because I don't remember it being like that at all. But I don't remember if I still have Alice Closet installed on there. But I definitely want my Idler 7 account and my Theater Days account. OnStars, I want just because OnStars is one of the games that I invested a lot of money into when I was still in my Kakin days. In my paying for gacha pull days. All the events that I tiered in, too. I have a lot of memories tied to those. So, like, I want my OnStars basic account, too. But I haven't touched all of those games in, like, literal years because Onimama took my iPad. And I also, like, stopped playing a lot of those gacha games when I became Yuno and joined Kawaii because I just didn't have enough time to really play gacha. So I was already kind of, like, slowing down on logging in and playing them, and then Onimama had to take my iPad. And it just never became a big priority. So I don't know. But I want them for, like, the memories. Especially Idler 7. Idler 7 means so much to me because I've had that account since the minute the app went live. And I haven't, like, logged in a long time, but Idler 7 means so much to me. And I want to get that account back. I spent so much money. Idler 7 is literally the gacha app that made me go into debt. It is the reason I had to stop going as hard in gacha. Because I tried so hard to get a good account, and there was a card I really wanted that I finally managed to get, but I had to force it home. But it got, like, a major refresh as part of the 10-year anniversary, which is hard to believe. I cannot believe it's 10 years old. Jesus Christ. But it's 10 years old now, and it got, like, a major refresh that I want to experience as well. I really want to see it. Sorry for rambling. So yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, if I had to choose a priority between, like, getting a laptop for working and getting, like, an iPad, I guess it would be laptop first and then iPad. Because I'm already kind of at a point where I'm not really using the iPad. Like, I don't have, like, a dependence on it. Like, it would truly just be, like, a luxury item. Meanwhile, the laptop I could feasibly see using for, like, work stuff. Especially because I could finally, like, go outside and do work. It would be more of an excuse to touch grass that I don't really have right now. But at least if I had a laptop, I could, like, go out, like, once every other week, maybe. And just have a little day where I do work in, like, a cafe or something. Or in a bookstore or something. That's my main, albeit selfish little goal. But also, if I got the iPad, maybe I would stream some of my gacha games. I've always kind of wanted to be able to stream Theater Days. I think I would have to get the stuff to be able to, like, hook up the iPad to my capture card, but my capture card, I think, does have compatibility. Which would mean that I could feasibly stream my mobile rhythm games. You could watch me play my Tappy Taps. We could get streams where I play my Tappy Tap games. And I sing Idolmaster songs. There's so many songs that I've missed in the game because I haven't played it in so long. Yuno was a step away from becoming the gacha streamer. Honestly, not always. I do still play several gacha games. I just never really thought I would stream them because... I don't know. It's hard to articulate why I didn't really want to. I guess part of it was like I didn't want to feel like I couldn't play the game unless I was streaming, especially if I was like streaming main story parts. I didn't want to be trapped in a situation where a story update would drop and then I'd have to like wait to play it on stream or get through it on a stream. That always kind of sounded like a nightmare to me. But if it's a game like Million Live, for example, you wouldn't have to really worry about that because it's in JP anyway, so I would just be skipping it. I would skip it so that we could focus on the rhythm gameplay. Yeah, you'd get tappy taps. No hand cam to see the tappy taps, but you'd get to like watch the tappy taps occur. You'd get to watch me play. And we'd get to look at pretty girls in cute dresses. They also added hairstyles while I've been away from the game. Punches the wall. For the longest time in Million Live, they didn't have the option to customize the hairstyles for the girls, but they like added it the minute I had to stop playing, and I was like, God, game, so mean. I was so pissed off. Granted, you have to like spend a certain currency to unlock the hairstyle outside of other outfits, or no, outside of the base outfit. I think it is included as part of the base outfit you pull. But I think you have to unlock it by idolizing it a bunch. But then also, if you idolize it like a certain way, then you can get the hairstyle and use it on any other outfit that you have for that girl. Which is kind of annoying. I think that's a very annoying feature, but I want it still. Oh, Sai! Hello! Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream went well. For those of you who might not know me, I am Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V-singer group Mialoon. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of comfy, cozy, casual games, indie games. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. Story-heavy games, JRPGs. Currently, I'm playing a lot of visual novels because I'm taking part in the Fall in Love Festival. So I'm playing a bunch of visual novels that have romance elements to them. But yes, hello, raiders. Welcome in. Let me give you the cute girl wrench, because you deserve it. There you go. But yes, hi, I hope you had a good stream. Today I'm just yapping. OniMon is a series of streams that I do where once a week I just yap forever. We used to have topics. Now we don't. Now it's just whatever. Now we just kind of do whatever we want. And this is one of those days. I've just been yapping about whatever comes to my brain. Because I've been playing so many visual novels and haven't gotten a chance to yap as much. So we're making up for lost time. Which is why I'm still yapping. Reset the clock, extend the stream. You're already up at 2 in the morning. What's another? Guys, I need to go to bed. This is Jover. Sees the 6-hour mark. So far, it's true. We're not there yet. 10 more minutes. No, you don't. What do you mean, no, I don't? You can't just decide this. Why are you deciding this on my behalf? Hello? Police? Sleep is only allowed when there is nothing to yap about. I mean, we're gonna reach that point eventually, aren't we? Like, surely I'm going to run out of topics to yap about, like, soon enough. I didn't know you can raid on YouTube. You can! It has to be enabled on both sides. Well, it has to be enabled on the person of the... Oh my god, I don't know how to talk. I'm sorry, let me phrase this better. It has to be enabled on the channel that you're trying to raid into. There's 2 different ways that you can set it up. The first way is having a curated list where you have to manually add in every channel that you're okay with having them raid you. And then the other way is being okay with raids coming in from anybody. I have my channel set to being okay with raids coming in from anybody because I like to meet new people and I like to form friendships and stuff. So if people choose to raid me, it makes me happy, and then I get to give them the cute person wrench, and then I get to gush over how cute they are. So you can have it set that way, or you could have a more curated list. Or you could have it set so that nobody can raid you at all. If you just don't want that, you can just set it so that nobody will raid you. Finding out something cool every day? Yeah! The more you know. Call Hitomi so she possesses your model and you can go to sleep. Hitomi does not live on my side of Onigashima, unfortunately. So she would not be able to possess the model. After 6 hours, one might think the topics must be running out or that you might have a gift to yap. Who, me? Who, me? A gift of yapping? I never would have guessed. Saya is a great friend to have. She seems nice. This is the first time we've actually properly seen each other and like spoken in any kind of capacity. Actually, I think we might have had like one exchange on Twitter maybe. But yeah, she seems very nice. I'm very grateful for the raid. I hope you guys had fun in her stream. Welcome in. Also, Ruto, thank you very much for resubscribing with Prime. 2 months of the Twitch emote tier. I guess it is basically the emote tier if you're using your Prime. Nothing wrong with that, though. I'm very appreciative. But oh yeah, true. I guess that means I've been fully streaming, multi-streaming on Twitch for a month now. Because I started in late August. Right? Yes. So we are entering the second month. Holy moly. That's weird to think about. It's weird to think that I've already been multi-streaming for like a month. But we've done so well. Yeah, same. Man, indeed. I cannot believe it's been this long already. I mean, it's been less time since I had to pivot to making Twitch the primary monetization platform. But it's still kind of crazy to think that we've already been doing this for this long. Something, time goes crazy. Multi-stream drifto. Indeed. That is what is, in fact, happening. Although the priority will shift. You guys know this already, but I did ask for, when I was commissioning the new chat box, or the new, like, chat widget, I asked them to switch it to a Twitch widget. So YouTube is going to be deprioritized once re-debut happens. YouTube, you're gonna be in the new spot where Twitch is. You're still going to be on screen, but you're just gonna swap places. And the Twitch chat is going to be the one that's in the chat box. Congratulations, Twitch, you will evolve. Also, New Level Idiot, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I came in last second. Don't worry, it's okay. I know how it is. I have my YouTube chat set so that people can't talk until like the first minute of being subscribed. So I basically am kind of holding people captive. I'm just like, you can't talk to me unless you subscribe for a full minute. But it's mostly to prevent like spam. If you have the chat fully open, some people can be kind of mean and annoying and rude when they first come in. So sometimes you just want to prevent that. Oh my goodness! Ignis Umbra, thank you for giving out a community sub. You gave it to... Hypnotized Mowgli. Amazing. I did not realize that that was a username. Okay, cool. The new redheaded stepchild. Mm-mm. And it did start a hype train. Yippee! Baby hype train. Did just a random one? Yup, that is okay. I saw the username and I was like, oh. Okay, cool. Nice. Sick. No problem at all. Saucy Grandpa, thank you for cheering 1 bit. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Oh my. Ruto, thank you for gifting 5 subs. If you are here, make sure to thank Ruto for the gift. Also, hi Valorant, thank you for also gifting a sub. I always giggle when I see Valorant show up in the list. It's so funny to me. Me who doesn't play Valorant, taking Valorant's money. My city now.
Thank you, thank you.
You're a Valorant streamer, I didn't know. Yeah, obviously. I love Valorant and all of the characters such as the guy. I think there's also a girl in there. Lugia. Yeah, Lugia. John Valorant, exactly. My favorite Valorant character, Gun. Very true. I love Gun. Me too. Can't believe Yuno's a Valorant streamer now. Gross. You're telling me you wouldn't support me if I went on like an insane FPS gamer arc? You wouldn't support me if I tried to become a gamer? That's crazy.
Also, Kalia, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Yippee!
Sure? Yippee. It's not gonna happen, but I appreciate the pivot. Just like, yeah, of course we would, obviously. I support other games, but not Valorant or League. Please love yourself. Okay. So if I was going to have a FPS gamer arc, do you have a preference for the game? Don't say Overwatch. Don't say Overwatch. Don't say Overwatch. Would you still love me if I was a worm kind of energy? I already know you guys would love me if I was a worm. Over, never mind.
God damn it. Stop saying Overwatch. No.
I literally had to force myself to learn that game because management was pressuring me to do it to be part of that tournament that never happened. And then it never happened, and I was just like, I want to death. Thanks. Watch over. As long as it isn't Overwatch, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Fortnite? Oh, God. I guess. Fortnite doesn't even really count as an FPS game anymore, though. Most people just play it to do all the goofy map stuff. Does that even truly count? Ending look. Titanfall 2. Ay, ay, ay. Isn't Fortnite Battle Royale? I guess that's true. It is like third person, actually, now that I think about it. With, I think, an option to switch to first person. Halo? So Apex then, a pepe.
Pepe.
I don't think anyone plays Apex anymore. Not Apex. Explicitly told not Apex.
Oh my gosh, Tazumalar, thank you for gifting 5 subs.
And thank you again, Valorant, for adding another one. Thanks, Valorant. Very cool. Awesome. Revive PUBG? Yes, I'll do it with my own 2 hands. It depends, story-based or competitive, because I'd give different answers depending. Fair enough. What if I just wanted to get good at, like, an FPS game? Like, if there was an FPS game that would allow me to get good. What would you suggest for a game? Is what I'm trying to ask. If there is something that would if there was something that would get, you know, Hanaki to be better at a pew pew. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Rito. Ugh. Oh my god, my shoulders. Ugh. Battlefield? CS2, unironically. Is there any FPS game which just has built-in aimbotting? Oi. You make a good point. Aim trainer? Yeah, no, that's real. Overwatch Soldier 76. I'm not picking up Overwatch again. I liked it, kind of, when I tried to play, but then I got sad because people were mean, and I don't like it when game mean. I forgot we have stream points on the purple stream. Yes, you have channel points. You can redeem them for funny little things. I did do the hydrate, thank you. I don't have anything too crazy. I mostly went with some of the suggestions that Twitch, like, has built in for, suggested redeems, but I'll probably, like, eventually reach a point where I make them more custom. You can play with Lynn and other gals in Overwatch? I guess. I guess, but, like, Lynn is so good. When you play with people that are in, like, the higher elos, you get pulled into the higher elo lobbies and then you die. That's what I found out when I played with members. Members forced me into higher elo, and then I kept getting put into higher elo lobbies, and they got mad at me when I was a baby and tried to learn how to play like a baby. And I was just like, no. I like the self timeout redeems. Yes. I thought those would be funny, silly, especially because of how often I yap. Sometimes you just need to make me shut up. Oh, right, that did happen. Well, we had the suspicion, right? Like, because all of you were pretty good and I was still baby, but we kept getting put into higher level lobbies. And you guys were just like, oh, I think it's because we're here. And I was just like, oh, good. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna die. And I did, multiple times.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Baby crisis for real, for real. Not even smurfing. What's the opposite of smurfing? Marvel vs. Capcom? That's a fighting game. Not a pew-pew. Speaking of fighting games, though, what's that, I forget the name of it, but what's that anime-looking Marvel fighter game coming out? The, like, anime-looking one? I was, like, low-key thinking about trying it, but I'm honestly not sure. It looked fun, though. It also doesn't help that the queue probably had so few groups in it. Also true. We were, like, waiting for a long time to get queued up, to be honest. Marvel Rivals? No. Tokon Fighters? Let me see if that's right. Tokon Fighters. Tokon Fighting Souls. That sounds right. Ah, yes. Yes. This one. I think I would probably enjoy learning how to play this one. Will I? I don't know. But in terms of, like, fighting games, this would probably be the one fighting game I would consider picking up. Because it looks fun. I really like the character designs a lot. Thank you for the hype train. Level 4. Not bad. Got a red card emote. Choo choo. Marvel vs. Marvel? Yes. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. The one by Arc System Works. Proud contributor of 1 bit. Thanks, man. Where would we be without you? Nintendo and Capcom need to stop being cowards and release Pokken Tournament for PC. This, actually. That for real, actually. I would love if Pokken Tournament came out for PC. That would be fire. The only time I ever played Pokken was at a friend's house because they had it. I don't remember who I played, but I ended up being pretty good. Every train needs its caboose. So true. I was trying to figure out how I could make a joke about your caboose being big, but then I realized I didn't want to say that, so I won't say that. But just know that I was thinking about it. Nintendo would never take the free money on the table. You're so right. They would be like, what if we just port Pokken Tournament to Switch 2? And give it no new updates. We just port it to Switch 2. What about that instead? One of the 5 people that got the game. True. Thank you. I now know you were thinking about my large caboose. Yes. That's what you should take from the statement. Sure. Yeah, I remember Pokken wasn't super popular. I had wanted it, but I didn't have the right system at the time. Pokken's still going. Oh no, it's long dead. I'm sorry that got held by the automod. I'll allow it, I'll allow it. Just because Grandpa claps his cheeks when he walks, you don't have to make it obvious. But what if I do anyway? But yeah, no, I think Pokken is like deader than dead. But it would probably come back to life if it was ported to PC, and then if it also had like what's it called? The rollback netcode thing? Roll code netback? I don't know what the fuck it's called. That thing everybody wants in their fighting games. Suzukuri, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You got it? Wow, I'm so smart. Close rollback netcode. Right, I remembered rollback, but I didn't remember if it was right to say netcode. I'm a little head empty. Please understand. But yeah, I think if they re-released Pokken for PC, added the rollback netcode, and maybe they added like even just like 4 or 5 new fighters with like more modern Pokemon, it could go hard. But they're not gonna do it because you're right, they don't want free money. They just want everything to be on the Switch and the Switch 2. Sigh. I would learn how to play Pokken if it was on PC. Bandai Namco is a tough company to ask shit for. Don't I fucking know it. Don't even talk to me about how Bamco doesn't like to give us anything. Bandai Namco are the ones responsible for Idolmaster, Idolish 7, Tails. You think I don't know? I'm in these fucking trenches. Everything I love, Bamco has their greedy little paws on, and they're just like, I'm not gonna do anything with this. Zygarde 100% form is the final boss. That could be kind of sick. I heard Switch got more expensive than before. With the Switch 2, yes. I don't know if the base Switch has gotten more expensive. I don't think so. I think that would be weird, considering how hard they're trying to get everybody to focus primarily on the Switch 2 now. Yuno been in these trenches fighting on 5 fronts. Yes. I've literally been going through it. Anytime I find out something I love has Bandai Namco's greedy little paws on it, I'm just like, damn you. Damn you, Bamco. I want a Tales of Fantasia remake remaster that ties into Tales of Symphonia more. That would be difficult. I do wonder if that would even be possible, but Symphonia happened so far in the past for Fantasia, I don't really know how they could very easily, like, make that a thing. Maybe, like, a Mythos mention? Maybe a Lloyd mentioned with the Eternal Blade, maybe. But like, I think that even though they had like a pivotal role in like the foundation of the world that became Fantasia, I just don't think there would really be much that you could do for like a full Symphonia reference. Visiting Dearest Carlon? Oh, so you could get a Kratos cameo? I guess. I guess so. Because Kratos would be up there, presumably, assuming he didn't die. He may be an eternal angel, but you don't actually know how much longer he would be able to live if he was out in space on Dearest Carlon. But it could be interesting. I don't necessarily hate it. I just think that would be kind of difficult. And like the problem with like remaking Fantasia is that would hurt a lot of people's nostalgia negatively. I think people would just want like a remaster. I think that's why they've been sticking mostly to remaster projects rather than remakes of anything. God of War was on Tails. No. It's a different Kratos. They took the name Kratos for the character in Tales of Symphonia, but he is not the God of War. He's just an emo angel. Kratos and Tails came before the God of War games, didn't he? Tales of Symphonia release date. Oh my god, my voice croaked. August 29th, 2003. North American release was July 13th, 2004. Jesus Christ! Old. Okay. God of War release date. The first God of War video game came out on March 22nd, 2005. Oh! Yeah, God of War came after. Kratos was first. Get fricked, God of War. My Kratos was the first Kratos. I say as if it even matters. God, I barf. I cannot believe it's that old. Gotta sleep, have a good night. Okay, rest well. Wow, gee, you guys could go to sleep. I'm stuck here. In prison. I'm kidding. I know I can technically leave at any time. I'm starting to become the Ash baby. In the end, we are all the Ash baby. Pointing and laughing at you as I continue to stay away. Rude. It's morning here. Good morning. Oh, Hanaki. Oh, Hanaki for real then, I guess. In prison. SB. I'm literally stuck here, bro. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna go for that much longer. Maybe like another, like, close to a half hour? Not really. I think ending at 6.5 is fine. I have to go to bed eventually. We need another raid. No, we don't. No, we don't. Stop. Stop it. No. But why not 7? Just another 3 hours. I didn't say that. Please. Let me go. Up all night, sleep all day. I literally have streams. Please. If every viewer just starts a stream for 1 minute and then raids her, we can keep her here forever. Don't! Don't do that! Don't do that to me! More Unonium before my afternoon shift. Let's go. Hello! Good morning! Raid into your next stream. Well, I guess I technically could do that on YouTube because I have the waiting room set up, but I can't do that on Twitch. I can't raid myself. I'm pretty sure Twitch would just be like, what? Why do you want to do that? But I technically could raid into my waiting room on YouTube, I guess. Or can you? I really don't think I can. I'm pretty sure it won't let me, but I can see. Let me just type the command and see what it says. I'll cancel it if it actually tries to go through. Because I think that'd be very funny. A channel cannot raid itself, is what it said. Full stop. A channel cannot raid itself. They're just like, you're so... Why would you do that? Just need a second Twitch channel to keep the raids going? No. Just watch us. Technically, by all accounts, I could end the stream and you guys could pretend that I raided into my own channel and you could just be like, Oni raid! Wow! Oni raid! You can just yell in the chat as if I did do it, if you want, I guess. That's very silly. If you want, I guess. But yeah, speaking of the streams later, Oni raid, no! You have to wait until I end the stream. You can't do it now. I didn't end. We should pretend a much bigger streamer rated to fool new viewers. Who counts as a big streamer? Who counts as a big streamer? I don't know. I don't know who counts. Did the laugh emote get approved yet? I don't think so. It didn't send me a notice. Nene. But Nene has actually raided me before. Nene has actually raided me before, though. Ask her to start a stream and then raid you? God, no! Yeah, no, are you crazy? It's fine. We don't need any more raids. I'm very grateful for the raids that we've gotten, but I don't know if we really need more. We're good. What if we just chill? What if we just, like, allow time to end? What if we just... What if we just let Yuno Hanaki go? Northern Lion raid. Oh my god, Northern Lion! That's so crazy! Thank you so much for the raid! Me with, like, a sudden influx of, like, 10k plus viewers. As I'm just like, oh my god, hi. It's 2 a.m. I don't have the brain to handle this. We can't let her go, never. No, I have to. Let me leave. You know, redefining the norm, raiding into her own stream while she's still streaming. It is actually possible to send your chat on Twitch out for a raid while you are still live. Like, you don't have to end the stream in order to raid someone. I could literally send you anywhere I wanted right now, and I could still be live. It would just basically be kicking you to another channel while I'm still live, and so you'd have to click back to me. Which I think is so funny. It's a very silly bit. A trendsetter. She's an icon. Revolutionary streamer right here. Oh wow, 7.5 minutes before I'm gone forever. But what I wanted to say is, speaking of tomorrow's streams, we have 2 more streams tomorrow. I'm doing a lot of streams. I'm streaming a lot. I'm die. Tomorrow we have London Echoes of the Past, which is a Yuri detective mystery visual novel. And then in the evening, we have Welcome Share House, which I believe is main character gets put into a share house with a bunch of cute women. I don't remember if you play as a boy or if you play as a woman or if you can choose the gender. I don't remember offhand. I chose both of these because the art styles are really, really pretty. But I put 2 games where you get to look at pretty women together because it's a pretty woman day, basically. And then you get another rare Yuno Hanaki Wednesday stream on Wednesday with the game that is called the Good Lord Otome, otherwise known as Good Lord, everyone at the reunion for my religious all-girls school is a trans man and they're hot. So that's the Wednesday stream. And then we go back to normal-ish on Thursday. So tomorrow is Yuno's life story. Me looking at pretty women? Yes. I like how there's 2 people that both said, isn't that just an average Yuno stream? I'm glad that I am known as the woman liker. Kind of missed opportunity to put the women's stream on Wednesday. Women Wednesday, I guess that's fair. But, however, I don't want to multi-stream on Wednesday because that is technically my day off from work day. And I don't want to work too long on that day. The only reason I'm still streaming on that day is because of the festival. I really don't want to stream too long on that day. Your girl needs a break. What is that? An isekai title? It's pretty long, but it's because it's a more comedic visual novel overall. It's a more comedic, silly little visual novel in comparison to some of the other ones I've been playing. I mean, I think that the ones later today, at this point, are also going to be relatively lighthearted, but I know that one is, like, meant to be, like, purposefully a little more, like, lighthearted and comedic. But it's what it says on the tin. This girl went to a super religious all-girls school, and then when she goes to the high school reunion, everybody there has transitioned into a man, and they are all handsome. And she's gonna be like, oh god, I love men, which is very relatable. I don't know if I can watch it, read it. It's under 40 words in the title. So true. There needs to be so many more words. But it's shortened to Good Lord Otome, which is why that's what I have it say in the brackets at the beginning. I've been calling it Good Lord Otome. That's happened with a couple of the Otome games that I've put on. I've, like, kind of given them nicknames, but that's a very common thing with Otome. Since a lot of them have kind of long titles in JP, they get shortened to, like, a, portmanteau. So it's easier to remember.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Like, oh boy. 2.5 minutes and then I'm free. Arrived at work. Good night, Yuno. Good night. I will be ending very soon, so don't worry, you're not gonna miss much. Oh boy. I have at least one thing I have to do before I go to bed. And then I'll try and do that test in the morning when I get up, hopefully. I don't know if you found this out, but there will be no more ZA trailers. The last one had all the info we'll get. That makes sense. Considering they showed the X and Y starter megas, it makes sense that that was the last one. It was very long. You know, already missed the window. Time to start the timer. No! But what if? No! Please. I need to rest. I have to do a lot of voice acting tomorrow. Have mercy. Where's the raid when you need it? Not happening. Not happening. Unless you can get someone to raid me in the next 90 seconds or less. Join someone's stream right at the end again. I'm sorry. I mean, you were still here for a good bit of it. A good, like, last bit. It's just the downside of me being in the, Eastern time zone. It's literally 2:40 a.m. It's almost 3 a.m. Mercy, the Overwatch hero? No! Not everything is Overwatch! Somebody got a raider on speed dial? No. Nobody does. No raid. We're okay. Everything fine. EST gang stay winning until they don't, for real. Oh boy, 3 a.m. keeps streaming. I mean, by all accounts, if it wasn't for the fact that I legitimately have something I want to finish before I go to bed, there would be a decent chance that I'd stay up, but you have to understand, I stream at noon. If I go to bed too late, I'm not gonna wake up in time for that fucking stream. I have to take care of myself. I have to get up at least by 10 a.m. so that I can try and eat something before stream. And I still have to take that test, so I'm gonna get up even earlier. You know Hanaki, the new Shiicho? I could never replace Shiicho, I fear. I don't think I could match Shiicho's pace overall. But I do feel like my stamina has gotten better. Oh no, it's past 6:30. I know, it's perfect. I get to leave. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, thank you guys so much for spending time with me during this relatively long OniMon, at least compared to average. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yunotsu! Good night, please let me rest.